morning. Before we start, I just want to emphasize that the board is focused on conducting the business of the school system. This morning, we will discuss and analyze the operating budget, one of our most important functions of the Board of Education. We have over 160,000 reasons to remain focused on the work. The board is absolute in our resolve to serve the interest of our students, staff, and families. So welcome once again to the Board of Education's second FY 2025 operating budget work session. Today we will continue the review of the Superintendent's FY 2025 operating budget request. The order of review is reflected in the agenda. Staff will continue to provide a review of the Superintendent's recommended operating budget by chapter. A third work session is will be held on Tuesday, January 30th, 2024. In addition, the board will hold a second hearing on January 25th, 2024 at 6 p.m. for the public to provide testimony. I would like to remind everyone that the board is scheduled to take tentative action on the proposed operating budget at our board meeting on Thursday, February 22nd, 2024. As we go through the budget chapters, I urge staff to point out pertinent issues that may be of concern to the board. As always, board members are free to ask questions at any point during the presentations and request staff to provide information on specific issues. I will now have our board members introduce themselves, starting with Mr. Saeed.
Hello, everyone. Sammy Saeed, student member of the board. Happy to be here today.
Good morning, Shebra Evans, District 4.
Good morning, Rebecca Smondrowski, District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Lynn Harris. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm an at-large member.
Good morning, everyone. Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good morning, buenos dias. Grace Rivera Oven, District 1.
How'd you vote?
Good morning, everyone. Julie Yang, District 3.
How'd you vote?
I ask our members of our audience to please let us conduct our budget work session as was we expected. Last week, our first budget operating work session, I introduced Shannon Pettyfoot, our new board analyst. Shannon, do you have any questions or issues? Where are you? For the board.
Hi, everyone. Shannon Pettyfoot, board analyst. Last week, we covered chapters 1, 5, and 2 of the budget, covering schools, special education, school support, and well-being. Today, we'll be starting with chapter 3, covering academics. I'd ask the board to listen out regarding contractual services as we continue to move through the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. McKnight, do you have any comments or opening remarks for us?
Absolutely. Good morning, board members. Good morning to all who've joined the meeting. And I am glad that we are here today having our second session to discuss the operating budget. Last week, we did begin to cover a lot of ground. Today, my comments will start with why this budget is important. Not that we haven't already had this conversation, but today as we go through many other chapters that are listed in the 11 chapters of the budget, we're going to get into the weeds of why this supports the needs of our students and our staff, who then supports them. So as we engage in that discussion and we have questions about that, let's make sure that we are, just having that conversation so that our public can understand how these investments that we're talking about are truly going to continue to allow the system to make remarkable results in the interest of our children and their success. So I'm looking forward to this discussion today. At our last budget work session, I think we did a pretty good job doing that because we didn't get through all of the chapters that we intended to do. So we may be here a bit longer today because we have 2 additional chapters that we're going to add on that we did not get to in the last budget work session. So I do look forward to that. In the first work session, the chapters that we did cover were chapters 1, which was about schools, Chapter 2, the Office of School Support and Wellbeing, and Chapter 5, Special Education. So we actually already started a really deep conversation around how those areas of support for the school system and what it looks like from the classroom to the principal's office to central office is really important. Today, we're going to discuss the remaining 8 chapters of the operating budget, and so we're going to come back to have some more conversation about academics. And we're going to have some conversations about academics and some of the operational structures that support those academics. We're also going to talk about district operations and administration. So those are going to be some pieces that we cover. Since our last discussion, there were a few things that I wanted to bring back to you as we really think about the overall budget. And I understand with the request that I brought to the Board of Education that you will then take to the County Council, we are looking at a $3.3 billion recommended budget that will be moving forward. And as we go through and answer questions today about each of the chapters, I want us to really think about things that have happened since the last work session. So since our last work session, which was last week, and I know we had snow last week, so we were actually convening virtually. There have been some things that have happened. Governor Moore introduced his FY25 operating budget, okay? And so that really becomes important in the context of the conversation because the governor's budget and what that budget looks like and what it really focuses on in terms of education allows us to even dig deeper into the conversation now in a way that we weren't able to do in our last discussion. So we're going to, of course, receive details from the Maryland Department of Education to further understand what are the components that school systems need to take into consideration as a result of the governor's budget. So that was one thing that's changed since our last operating budget. So with that, I'm looking forward to us digging into the details of that work, and I look forward to the staff digging into each of the chapters, and I look forward to the discussion. So at this point, I will turn the conversation over to Mr. Hull.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. President Silvestre, members of the Board of Education. So this is our second work session. In the first work session last week, we provided a brief overview of the overall budget and then began our chapter-by-chapter review. We were able to answer a number of the board's questions, and we look forward to working through the remaining chapters today and answering any questions that the board has. We will pause at the end of each chapter and give the board an opportunity to ask questions. So if you can hold your questions until the end of the chapters, that would be great. As the superintendent indicated, since the last work session, Governor Moore has released his budget. And while the finance team is kind of working through the details of that, we are hopeful that the budget will provide an increase in state funding for Montgomery County Public Schools, and we'll have more details on that going forward at the next board meeting or the next work session as we work through those details. So I will turn it over to our Associate Superintendent of Finance, Mr. Rob Riley.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. McKnight, Board President Silvestre, board members. Next slide, please. So as Dr. McKnight went through, we got through chapters 1, 2, and 5 last week, and our goal is to get through 3, 4, and 6 through 11 this week, and you can see the topics of discussion there. Next slide. Just a little review, too. To create the superintendent's proposed budget, it's built upon input from a variety of, a vast array of stakeholders, and it's built upon the 3 pillars of the strategic plan as well as the board's priorities as shown on the screen. Next slide, please. And just a little update, as you know, our budget has went from $3.2 billion to $3.3 billion. I just wanted to highlight some of the areas in that increase. So first thing is our salaries, benefits, and healthcare, and that is going up by just under $100 million. This incorporates the 3% plus steps that were negotiated last year, as well as an additional $20 million for our employee benefit plan, which has been discussed previously is currently struggling right now in this FY24. Next item is enrollment, new class, space changers. This represents an increase of $4 million. A lot of that increase is related to the increase in enrollment in special education, which accounts for $9.3 million. And as well as our EML increase, and that is $3.4 million. Transportation has an enrollment factor as well, too. That's gone up by $2.4 million. And if you're doing the math, we're only at $4 million there. So the other piece of it is our decrease in general K-12 enrollment. Due to that, we're seeing a decrease in $14.6 million and 171 FTEs, or full-time equivalent, or employees. Next item there is a big thing that next thing on the list is inflation, rate changes, and grants. And this we've had discussions before too. We're seeing big increases in our facilities and utilities to the tune of about $7 million. Our non-public placement increase is about $3.6 million. And then generally transportation and materials management and bus fuel all account for $1.4 million of that particular line. Next line is a reduction. These are our reductions and realignments, and that totals $14.2 million of a reduction and 67.5 FTEs. The final items these are increases to the budget, and the first one is our ESSER shift from ESSER to operating, coming off this ESSER cliff. And that's $33.1 million at 100 employees. Some of those staff members include our social workers that were on ESSER, our restorative justice positions, our assistant school administrators, some assistant school administrators, psychologists, parent community coordinators, Senseware, staff training, curriculum materials, and a variety of other materials that came from ESSER to the operating budget. The next item you see there's our blueprint mandate. So what we're focusing on this year is pre-K expansion, and that's going to be $8.2 million and an increase of 100 FTEs. And finally, we have a limited amount of accelerators that don't fall into those two categories to the tune of $4.6 million, and that includes increases to the music program of $1.1 million, our DIBBLS program, which is $550,000, as well as increase in our compliance and investigation unit, 4 FTEs at $423,000. So that should do it for the update. Next slide. So we're going to move right into Chapter 3, and Dr. Pugh is going to go over Chapter 3, academics.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. McKnight, President Silvestri, and members of the board. Chapter 3 is academics, and what that office, the mission, is reflective of the academic excellence goal of the strategic plan, where all students receive high-quality first instruction that is both anti-racist and reflects the diversity of Montgomery County. Some of the offices that you heard about last week, the Office of Special Education, that is a direct report to the Office of the Academics. And also, what you'll hear in Chapter 4 is also a direct report to the Office of Academics. It is critical that we work together across both of those offices, because we know that if we prepare teaching and learning with the interests and needs of the students first, that we'll have more success. So this office coordinates across both offices to focus on making sure that our student outcomes are not predictable by race, ethnicity, or services. Very simply, there is no change to this year's academics budget other than the continuing salary cost. Next slide. So there could be discussion about anything that we've said, or I can pass it to.
I think we can move forward.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, President Silvestri, Dr. McKnight, members of the board. I am going to be presenting Chapter 4, Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs. If you can go to the next slide, please. Our mission is simply to provide high-quality instructional experiences for all of our students and prepare them for college, career, and community. We have 4 departments in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs. So very quickly, pre-K-12 curriculum and district-wide programs includes all of our academic content areas, and that is where we develop and or select curriculum and assessments. We provide training to our teachers and our teacher leaders, and we provide support to schools through either supporting them with building their content knowledge or planning so that they can provide the best instructional approach for students. In this department, we use a variety of factors, including budget, to determine whether or not we are going to purchase curriculum, write curriculum, and or have a combination of the two. And I know you've been hearing a lot from the community about curriculum, but we have to make decisions based on a lot of factors, budget being one of them. And so oftentimes we will use a variety of sources to support the development of curriculum that we have in our office. Our goal ultimately is to provide high quality, evidence-based instructional resources to our students, and that we evaluate that on a regular cycle. Our other department is the Department of College and Career Readiness and district-wide programs. Our mission is to ensure that all of our students have access and opportunity and that they are prepared beyond high school for whatever they want to pursue. We have divisions such as consortia choice application programs, accelerated and enriched instruction, our post-secondary partnerships with our dual enrollment is there, foundations, our work-based learning, interim instructional services. So that all falls under that department. We have over 51 career and technical programs of study, and this department does a lot to support our blueprint work and some of the mandates. The next department is the Department of Emergent Multilingual Learners and District-Wide Programs. They oversee the implementation of Title III, our language instruction, and their goal, of course, is to build the English language development of our students, and you heard a lot from them a couple of weeks ago in their presentation. Their big focus as we move forward is really working through the evaluation of our program to support the needs of students who are duly coded, special education and EML. They are also working to support the process around absenteeism because we know that that is a significant concern at this point, and then develop professional learning for our staff, both our language staff and our general education staff, to make sure that we are providing the needs for our students so that they can exit our program and be successful beyond. And then finally, we have the Division of Early Childhood and Title I Programs and Recovery Funds. They have returned back to OSIP and, again, providing customized support to our Title I schools and working with our communities. And their big work, as you've heard, is expansion of pre-K. So when we look at our budget in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, you can see there 62% of the budget is focused on salaries and wages. We have 420 positions in OSIP. Of the 420 positions, over half are in early childhood and Title I services. And you can see there that's at $55.6 million in salaries. Next, contractual services at 13%. You can see we have our post-secondary partnerships. About $5 million of that is for WorkSource Montgomery, part of our blueprint requirement. We also have services such as outdoor education, as was already mentioned, our DIBELS assessment to support our primary reading. And then finally, I will just share that this other category of 20%, we have at $18.3 million. A good majority of that money is spent on employee benefits that come out of our Title I funds. If you'll go to the next slide, please. Here we have grant changes and shifts. There are several grants in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, and you can see here just highlighting Perkins Grant. We have an increase of $360,000. With our NIH grant, we have a revenue decrease of $32,000. And then with Head Start programming, an increase of $216,000, and Title I grant Part A, a reduction of $1.4 million from professional part-time salaries. So it's a reduction in Chapter 4, but it was an increase in Chapter 1, and you heard that last week. If we go to the next slide. As was shared last week, we do have an overall decrease in student enrollment, but in grades 10 and 11, we do have an increase in student enrollment, which results in some changes to our request for enrollment fees and rate change fees. So PSAT and SAT exams, we are requesting an additional increase of $86,774 because we have 946 more 10th graders and 1,524 more 11th graders. And then we are also requesting additional funds for rate changes. College Board has increased their rates, $54,000, and Skycroft, we continue every year, it seems, to come back to request more for outdoor education. They have increased based on our student enrollment, $40,000, and then $23,000 for facilities rentals. Next slide, please. As was shared last week, each office was asked to consider efficiencies and reductions. And so as we looked at our office, it came to approximately 10 to 11 positions that we had to consider. It was very difficult, but we really thought through our data, what our focus is in the district, and we also considered our blueprint mandates and what vacancies we currently have. And so these are the efficiencies and reductions that we are proposing in OSIP. In my office, an administrative secretary position. In pre-K-12 curriculum, a content specialist and an administrative secretary. Department of English learners and multilingual education, an instructional specialist, and then you see here college readiness and district-wide programs for instructional specialists. These are the new academic opportunity specialists that were put in place at the middle school to support equal opportunity schools. And so we are recommending to hold on this initiative at this time. We still have those specialists supporting high schools, but these were the 4 for middle school. And then 1 specialist that there was a vacancy for information technology. And then in the Division of Early Childhood, a central office teacher position, and the .9 pre-K paraeducator, also a vacancy. Next slide, please. Next, want to focus on the strategic priorities for our office, thinking about also the blueprint mandates. We have currently a position in our ESSER funds that supports out-of-school time. We have a position supporting our tutoring and our Judy Center. We actually don't have anyone supporting centrally our Judy Center, and we would like to create 1 position from ESSER moving to local funds to support all of that work. In the blueprint, there is a mandate for reading interventions and supporting the apprenticeships, and so we do currently have positions in our Maryland Leads grant that will end at the end of the school year, and so we would like to move 2 of those positions for the reading interventions into the local budget, and then the work-based learning apprenticeship position also into the local budget. And then for pre-K expansion, we would like to have 15 pre-K teacher positions, 2.8 speech pathologists, 21.8 pre-K paraeducator positions, and instructional materials. And then finally, for the accelerator, as we've already talked about, we started last year our initiative at the elementary level for our literacy with structured literacy programming. And the DIBELS assessment is what we are using to monitor the progress of our students. Again, that was paid for through our ESSER funds, and we would like to have that be a part of the ongoing local budget. And I believe, if you go to the next slide, that is it. If you'd like to pause for discussion.
Any questions at this time?
Yeah.
Said?
So I have a quick question. Just looking kind of in the budget book here in the Department of College and Career Readiness. So I'm seeing in the FY 2024 budget, there was an increase of $1,253,000 for 17 high school teacher positions. And then I'm seeing in the FY 25 budget, it says right after that there's a decrease of that exact same amount of money for those same positions. So what were those positions, and what's kind of the reason behind adding them and then, removing all of them?
I will get this started, and if Yvonne may need to support my response, but we did put those positions in for career counseling, and then there was a need. They were put in as MCEA positions, and there was a need to make an adjustment because based on their job responsibilities, it was more of an SEIU level, and so there was an adjustment made for it to be an SEIU position.
Okay, so those positions are still...
They're still there.
Okay, perfect. And then just kind of some more clarity on the those aren't the career advising coaches, right? That's completely separate. So what is the budget for the career advising coaches? Because I've actually been to a few schools, I've talked to a few of them, and I think it's great work. So I just want to see what that looks like budget-wise.
Thank you for the question. The career advising coaches are really an exciting addition, and they came through Blueprint funding that came directly to be able to do that work with our partners in WorkSource Montgomery. So that funding you won't see represented in our operating budget, but those positions are absolutely coordinated with our efforts to support students in schools. And so hopefully the experience that they've been having is really positive. I think it's a unique program. It's really a great nationwide model, I think, for how to do business, both public and private and governmental coming together to really meet the students' needs where they are.
Okay, thank you so much. I didn't realize that it wasn't on our budget. That's what I was trying to look for it. Okay, thank you so much. That's it from me.
I'd like to follow up for a moment on that one. Dr. Pugh, thank you for bringing that up. I think this is an important investment. This is one that we decided to connect with Workforce Montgomery on, really thinking about our whole trajectory of how all students we want to be college, career, and community ready. And the only way to ensure that we're able to do that is not just get them to the point of graduation, but we also want them to have contracts with jobs when they graduate, be able to have the capital within the economic community to have connections and relationships with those organizations so that when they do graduate, they aren't out figuring out on their own if they've established those relationships while they've been in our K-12 institution. And so that's been a big part of that, the focus of us doing that. I think it was a couple of years ago, we went out and really looked at some designs in other school districts in which we saw that they'd found a significant amount of success in being able to focus more on having students early on become very interested in what their strengths are, or aware of what their strengths are, and how that could accommodate them to look at particular career paths. And so, to really be able to start that up and look at how we can work with other economic organizations in Montgomery County to do that has been a big, next step for that. So I'm so glad you asked that question, Mr. Saeed, because it's an important investment to us, and I think that we're looking to do even more with that.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, just a couple questions for me. First one, the elementary reading intervention specialists that were part of Maryland Leads grant, we want to pull to the base budget. And I believe it's 2 years ago, so in our FY23 budget, we, one of the accelerators was adding a reading intervention, I'm probably going to say that wrong, reading focused teacher, reading intervention specialist in every elementary school. So these two positions, are these central people who coordinate with all of those elementary school specialists?
Correct. They are centrally based and go out and support schools with interventions, helping them identify students, planning, helping collect data, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. And so they've been, these two positions have been under ESSER for 2 years?
Under the Leads grant, Maryland Leads.
Sorry. And the other question I have, and this just gets maybe is a little more esoteric, something that I'm trying to wrap my head around a little more broadly. So under the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, we have the Career and Post-Secondary Partnerships group. And we also have in the Chief of Staff's office, an Office of Partnerships, Department of Partnerships. And I'm just trying to figure out how what areas of work those two do that are separate and what they do that are intertwined.
So we work very closely together. Our office supports a lot of career partnerships for our students in terms of internships, apprenticeships, things of that nature. I know that the Partnerships Office does a lot of work to support students for their summer programming, and they also do a lot of work with the community and our community partners, but a lot of it is we do together. It's very similar. I don't know if anyone wants to add to that.
Yeah, I'll just add that we've been making a lot of the same connections along with the Summer Rise. That's our first introduction to many of the businesses, and that's done through the partnerships. A lot of what we're doing specifically in the curriculum area is tying to specific industries. So we have our foundations partners, making sure that we have connections for carpentry and for automotive and for IT. And so they're very specific courses that must be taught. And then these connections with the industry allows for the on-the-job experiences that count for credits. So it's almost like a pre-engagement, working together with the communities and the businesses and giving students a variety of experiences that aren't connected to credits or hours requirement, but just preliminary exposure to actual work. So it's really good because then that feeds into the much more specific pathways that the career technical program supports.
Thank you.
I had a question about the full-day pre-K expansion, and you gave us the dollars here, but can you remind us how many seats this will provide?
I think, approximately 500 seats.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Ms. Yang?
Yes, thank you for that high-level summary of what's in the book. I have some questions actually from just trying to understand some line items here. So on page 4.1, there are item of professional part-time. I see a huge decrease there.
Ms. Yang, you're in the budget book, not the PowerPoint, correct?
Right. So that's right.
Not everybody has the budget. All right, go ahead, ask your question. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. And then there is the supporting service part-time, which we see increase. I just try to understand the fluctuation, what's driving the huge $1.5 million or about $2 million differences right there. And also, there are under contractual services, and I want to understand specifically here what it means, what contractual services is included in this line item. It's budget book 4.1.
So our Management and Budget Director, Ms. Alfonso Windsor, is coming up and can speak to those questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. So that is related. It's multiple factors. The main one is Title I grant. As you saw before, there was a decrease in Chapter 4 in Title I, $1.4 million, and that was from professional part-times. That is part of the ESOL sale. It was just a realignment. It's not impacting the program, but it's been realigned, and the purpose for that realignment is a result of our salary increases. So we have several positions. We have more than 150 FTEs on the Title I grant. As a result of the salary increases, they had to make some realignment to support the salaries on the grant.
So you mean the decrease is brought about, we have grants now can pay for this. Then what about the supporting service, the increase? That's because of salary change? That one we actually increase, not decrease.
So that was an increase because there's some supporting services position on the grant side in Chapter 4 in Title I. So the $1.4 million in professional part-time support the teachers that are budgeted in Title I in Chapter 1 under the schools, and then we have supporting services position in Chapter 4 that also received a salary increase. So the realignment was done to support those salaries.
Okay, thank you for that. What about, can you elaborate on contractual services, which has an increase of $600,000 this year? Can you just tell me, like, what is in this $10 million contractual services?
So it's a multiple things. Some of it is, and Ms. Hazel was pointing out, those rate changes for the College Board, as well as for the Skycraft, the outdoor centers. So there's multiple factors, and the DIBELS support that as well, need that additional contractual services.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
DIBELS, outdoor ed, and the College Board.
So I understand. So how about this? I will follow up with an email so you can tell me what's covered in the contractual, because there are several you gave me some high level, but I would like to know a little bit more, so I appreciate that. Is all our 51 CTE program all in this chapter? Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay. They are important programs. This is not related to budget, but last year we have a conversation on where they are located around the county. And moving forward in the future, I would like to see a little bit more of evaluation in terms of enrollment and outcome for these 51 programs.
Yes, absolutely, and that is something that we promised we would do as we looked at upgrading our processes, is that we would evaluate programs, evaluate enrollment, where they're located, and as we consider new programs, we have this new central office process where multiple offices are involved in the consideration using an equity lens, and so we will come back to you with that information.
Right. And I think ongoing is wonderful, and also a one-time summary of the historic record will be helpful.
Yes,
Thank you so
absolutely.
much.
I wanted to follow on that, and that was a great point, Ms. Yang, because we have been talking about program evaluation and the importance of that for a while now. And last year I brought forward the actual red, green, and yellow light in terms of us doing program evaluation. Now, I wanted to make sure we're very clear on that point because we talked about using that model for programs that were being evaluated on a yearly basis through our research department. What I have charged the staff to do is look at all of the programs. Okay, so we know we have a myriad of programs within the Office of Curriculum Instruction. And many of the programs are in partnership with other organizations, as you know. And so our partners often come and they have a way that they evaluate the programs. And, we then oftentimes take information from them. But I absolutely am aware and have directed the staff that it is our responsibility to also align what the data points are going to be to look at the impact of those programs so that we are utilizing the data that we use within the system to look at that. What we don't want to do is have an evaluation that's different from our partners and ours. And I also think, and I've shared this with Mr. Hull as well, that's a part that we could continue to brushing up in our RFP process. As we look at these programs and we go into partnership with them, there should be agreement up front about how we're defining the success of those investments. And so that definitely has been an area that we have identified that needs to be strengthened within the school system. And so we started that with a formal evaluation process, but that is the expectation for the offices to do so. So thank you for raising that because it is important and must continue.
And if I could tag on to that, we're highly accountable in the CTE because much of it, any expansion is funded through Perkins. And so annually, the data are submitted back to the state, number of students, the number of students completed, and they're measured on a variety of indicators. They do growth opportunities for us. We work with them to say, where are we having low enrollment? Where might we want to increase? Where do we have high enrollment? How do we want to duplicate programs? And then CTE is also another piece where we're accountable in the blueprint. Mm-hmm. So Pillar 3 is much of the programs that we're submitting in. We Montgomery County submitted a very robust implementation plan for career technical education programs, and so that's a third layer of accountability. So that data is all available publicly as well.
Yeah. It will be good to have a discussion and take a look at them. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Mr. Vera-Eben?
Yes, just for clarification, because people do follow us, I just wanted to make it clear that the items that we had in ESRA, which were, the restorative justice, the psychologists, the PCCs, social workers, I think, and others, we moved them to ESRA because we had the ESRA funds, but now we moved them out of ESRA to our general budget, but we're not cutting those positions.
Yeah, we're not cutting them, and there was a portion of things that were in ESRA all along, such as social workers, but there was a bunch, about $10 million that moved from the operating to ESSER for a temporary period, and some of that is part of that $33 million coming back as well.
And then on page 10, where you have deficiencies and reductions. Can you just give me a little clarity, especially when we're talking about expanding pre-K? Is that a cut that you're recommending in pre-K? Or you're adding? Sorry, I'm a little bit, I just want to make sure that we're adding that.
So we are, thank you. Here, we did have a vacancy that we hadn't filled, and so as we were giving efficiencies and reductions, we did post this position, but we are then asking for additional positions to fund our extended pre-K program.
So I'm going to see that, I saw that in chapter 1, right? Okay, it was a little bit confusing.
Yes.
Sorry, this is my first, really, okay, deepen, thank you.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, I did want to follow up on one of Ms. Yang's points, looking at our CTE programs and how we are making decisions around, where we're locating those, how we're growing those, and interest enrollment and that kind of thing. Because one of the most, little personal interest, I did used to teach medical science at Thomas Edison, and that program is the only program in Montgomery County that is actually hands-on clinically medical training, resulting in the students not only spending most of the semester doing hands-on clinical care in a variety of healthcare settings, but also obtaining their Maryland CNA license. And that program has actually been shrinking instead of growing. And but when you talk to our partners out there who would like to do, in accordance with our blueprint requirements, provide clinical internships and those kinds of opportunities, and just the demand for the workforce in this, well, everywhere, but in this county is certainly, as well as anywhere else, that CNA licensure is in high demand. And so looking at, as we evaluate that program, the decision-making that's causing it to shrink instead of grow. I know some of the other, the other Academy of Health Professions opportunities that have been created have grown somewhat, in part, I think, because they don't incorporate that clinical opportunity that requires the partnership with the facilities. But again, that's where the demand is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We actually are exploring partnerships that we've had prior to the pandemic. So some of what you're seeing is during the pandemic, these places weren't accepting children to do the clinical hands-on. And so in partnership with the College and Career Advising to make sure students are aware of their strengths and what their opportunities are, we're also working to reestablish those clinical placements for students to be able to do and continue the hands-on. And so I think that appeals to a lot of students. And once we have those pathways completely rebuilt back out, so we can handle the capacity. There is a demand industry-wide.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Mandrowski?
Yeah, mine I suspect are more follow-up type questions, but I was curious, and I know it's not necessarily this chapter, I think it's chapter 1 or chapter 4, but can I get a cost estimate on how much the extended year programs cost versus the regular school year programs, and the expansion of the ACEs and college tracks programs? Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions, we can proceed with the presentation. If there are any technical language, if you could explain that along the way, that's like terms, jargon, education speak, if you could explain that along the way, that'd be appreciated.
Good morning, Board of Education. Dr. McKnight, if we could go to the next slide. And I'll definitely try to keep as much tech jargon out of my comments as possible because I know that sometimes can be challenging to follow. So my name is Stephanie Sharon. I'm the Chief of Strategic Initiatives. And before I explain our budget, I do want to explain a little bit about what our office does. The purpose of the Office of Strategic Initiatives is to lead innovation across offices to ensure effective anti-racist and equitable outcomes for students, staff, and families. Having all of the technology departments, shared accountability, the Equity Initiatives Unit, and district-wide professional learning all in one office was done on purpose. It gives us the opportunity to have all of these levers working together to support the district in its efforts to break down the silos and implement anti-racist and inclusive practices for all. So one example I do want to give you that exemplifies this work in OSI is this past year, working with other offices, the Department of Shared Accountability led the development of the Pathway to College, Career, and Community Readiness, which was launched last year, and the board has used it throughout their board meetings as an accountability measure for the district. While they created and led the work of the Pathway, concurrently, the Department of Student and Data Systems in the technology offices created a new data system that gave administrators and teachers the tools they needed to use and monitor student progress on the Pathway through internal dashboards. They also designed user-friendly data dashboards for public transparency on the Pathway, creating the coherence. And then lastly, OSI collaborated and is continuing to lead work with other offices to develop strategic tools for teachers and families to engage with each other to support their students on the Pathway. That's an example and exemplifies some of the work that we do in creating frameworks and structures and then ensuring that coherence throughout the district. Here are a few other examples of the work that we do. The Equity Initiatives Unit is leading the work on the Anti-Racist Action Plan. They have made 1,000 touches to schools and over the course of this school year in support of the school improvement plans grounded in anti-racist work. The Department of District-wide Professional Learning has worked with every single office and department in the district in order to implement successful district-wide professional development for over 2,000 employees centrally and 15,000 employees, MCEA staff members. The Department of Business Information Systems Services works day and night to ensure that we have business systems in place to work efficiently and effectively. We have our Human Capital Management project that is currently underway. They support systems like payroll, the things that you might not see, but greatly impact the work of the district for all staff and students. And lastly, second to last, we have our Department of Digital Innovation. They launched and piloted the Remind app this year, which is the primary work of that office is to really think strategically about how we're innovating for our future. And nothing in MCPS could be done without the Department of Infrastructure and Operations. In addition to everything else that they do, here are two interesting statistics I did want to share with you since their work sometimes is extremely invisible. In one 30-day period last fall, our email system delivered over 32 million good emails and blocked an additional 32 million emails that were spam, phishing, or malware. And in one 7-day period, this department, small but mighty, detected and blocked through their software and monitoring over 10 million intrusion attempts on our network. So that is some invisible work of strategic initiatives to make sure that we're keeping everybody safe. So as we get to thinking about our budget and we look at our pie chart, you'll also notice that our pie chart is probably the only one you will see that has a larger amount of contractual services than you do see in salaries and wages. And there's a very good reason for that. I would say 90% of that or more comes out of the technology work that we do. So when you think about contractual maintenance and services, this is where we're supporting our student information system like Synergy, Fortinet, and other security measures for our staff and students. NWEA, which is how we implement our MAP testing, which is a primary monitoring tool that schools use to monitor performance of students. Our data dashboards, which are transforming the way that we look at data. The Remind app, our substitute system, all of our human capital management work, payroll, all of those things are paid for through some contractual services money, which is why that is so large. Regarding supplies and materials, you can see we have about +0.4 million. And then when you see other, the primary funding for that is around phone services. First, we have our internet/telephone. Those are our voice services that we have in our schools. It includes the number of lines and all of our emergency lines. So when you think about alarm services, you think about elevator lines, that's all covered in that. Okay? So as we also expand more schools, we have to pay more because we have more lines to pay for. And then cell phones a majority of the cell phones, particularly from MCPS-MD members, does come out of the technology budget, and that is the primary cost of that. Next slide, please. So, wow, that's really small, but that's okay. I'll read it to you.
Smaller than ours.
It's, oh, wow. Well, you probably won't even know what it says, so I'll make sure that you are clear. So there are 4 realignments that we have done in strategic initiatives. And before we I start going into the alignments and I start talking about the efficiencies and reductions. I think it was Ms. Harris, last budget work session, mentioned Dr. Meredith Honig's work around central office transformation and how to relook at, the work. And I will say a lot of the research that she has put forth is exemplified in some of the decisions that we have made in the Office of Strategic Initiatives about how we are organizing our work strategically to think differently about how we are set up to do the work in a district-wide manner. So I just want to say that, and I'll explain what that looks like as we go throughout. But I did want to draw that connection to what Ms. Harris said last week. So we have 4 realignments in our office. The Department of District-Wide Professional Learning, when it started initially, we had 1 director, and that was it. That's a very small number of people to be building out district-wide professional learning. So what we did is we actually, on the Maryland Leads Grant, we did hire 2 coordinators and an instructional specialist on the Leads Grant to build out the work of that department. And that department has been quite transformative and in their work in grounding our equity-centered capacity building throughout the district, which has served as the foundation of our anti-racist action plan. So just to give you a little bit of highlight of what they've been doing as a team. So over the last year and a half, the team is focused on the following. They have designed and delivered leader learning for all central service leaders grounded in anti-racism. Over 800 staff members have been trained. They have collected data and have been able to identify key improvements in instructional practices and mindsets around the work of equity and anti-racism as a result of these trainings. They have designed and delivered leader learning for school administrators and their leadership teams. Again, over 800 plus participants per session, and they have worked collaboratively across departments and offices in order to ensure that we are training our leaders not just in the necessary instructional practices that they must employ to support their staff, but also make sure that they're doing this with an anti-racist lens to support the district. They have designed and delivered professional learning for all people that facilitate professional learning throughout the entire district to ensure that there's coherence in how we're delivering professional learning so that it is research-based and high quality. They created professional learning standards that we are now using across the district. They also designed and delivered the first district-wide professional learning day for over 15,000 employees in the schools. Lastly, they also were the lead office in coordinating the work across multiple spaces to design our equitable teaching and learning framework, which is serving as a grounding document for our school leaders and our staff. That's a lot of work for a small group of people, and they have done it amazingly well. And because of the impact they have had, we decided to realign money within our office in order to keep those positions, the 2 coordinator positions, and then in collaboration with SSWB, we realigned one of the instructional specialists in their office that was already engaged in the work of district-wide professional learning over to district-wide professional learning department. Additionally, what is not listed here, but I did want to note, is that another realignment, because it says 4, and if you could read the tiny print, you probably only see 3, is that we realigned, and I want to get the para-educator program manager position from special ed over to district-wide PD, and we did that strategically. You all heard at the last budget hearing last week, you heard information talking about concerns around paraeducator funding being cut. Well, the whole reason we actually moved the paraeducator manager position over was so they could be seamlessly integrated into district-wide professional learning, and we can strategically enhance the professional learning district-wide for all paraeducators, and we have great plans to do so. Next slide. Okay, so now we're going to get to some rate changes that we need to talk about. And for the first slide, or the first item, we're looking at Microsoft, right? And I know that's a big ticket item, and I'm going to explain why you're seeing that the way you're seeing that. So typically, or what we've been experiencing, we get about a $500,000 per year increase in our licenses for Microsoft, right? Traditionally, our Microsoft license has been balanced between our CIP budget and our operating budget. With the advent of ESSER, we actually transferred some of our money for our licensing onto ESSER. Now that we don't have ESSER anymore, we need to transfer more to our operating budget. And the reason for that is that it's a licensing cost. CIP is not really for licensing costs. CIP is primarily focused on funding classroom learning technologies. So in order to be able to continue to appropriately fund our classroom learning technologies, we need to offset that by making sure we are adding that Microsoft licensing onto our operating budget. Now, this also went up a little bit more this year than what we anticipated, and that is because Microsoft informed us that they were not giving us a differentiated model of pricing based on staff position. So what that means is that if I'm a cafeteria worker or a building service worker, traditionally, you might have maybe a different security license on your software that we could differentiate. They're now saying, nope, it's one and the same for every single employee, which unfortunately does come at a cost. Telecommunications and technology support. Again, this comes down to our Mitel phone services. As we are converting all of our phone lines over to Mitel, and we add phone lines because we're building new schools and we're increasing phone lines and spaces, it comes with an increased cost for contractual maintenance. And then Synergy and other student systems, you will see a $260,000 increase there. As you have heard in the conversation throughout other chapters, there has been a huge inflationary cost, and technology inflation is not immune to that. If anything, I think it's probably been a little bit worse than in some of other areas around our contracts. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to get to our efficiencies and our reductions. So as I go through this, the kind of lens I want you to think about, particularly when you're taking a look at position reductions and strategic initiatives, is that the biggest impact of our reductions on positions is not the fact that we're eliminating services, but it will slow them down. Okay, so one of the other things that we have been doing, and part of being in strategic initiatives is to think creatively outside of the box, is that we are also leveraging partnerships with other organizations as well as grant funding in order to find other funding to be able to maintain some of the work that we're doing. Because as we heard in County Council a few months ago, they keep saying, how are you working and finding money elsewhere outside of your regular budget? So we really have been cognizant and strategic in doing that. So we have a 1.0 reduction for our for a coordinator position that is currently in the Department of Equity Initiatives. This position was coordinating study circles. It is currently a vacant position, has been vacant since November. What we've been doing to offset that vacancy is not to, or that cut is not to eliminate the study circles program. I want to make sure I'm clear that we are still prioritizing study circles. We are increasing and elevating the number of study circles facilitators through ESSER money that we have. So we have trained this year through ESSER 30 additional facilitators for study circles, and this week and by February 5th, we will have 140 additional student dialogue trainers that focusing on primarily our elementary school. So that money and that training is going to take us well through next year with our study circles program. Where also we have the Stronger Connections grant, which is tied, which you probably have heard about, which is tied to our hate bias work, et cetera. A component of that is going to be study circles because the study circles program is directly aligned with that work. So we're going to offset some of that there. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear. So study circles is not going away, but we're reimagining. Oh, I know you were, Ms. Evans, but we are reimagining how we are engaging in that work. And we will continue to use, we're actually still collaborating with TPT services as well. We have some former equity unit employees who are experts in this that have come back and helped us with this as well. The Department of Digital Innovation, you see that we have some reductions there. The staff training reduction of $290,000 is for Synergy super user stipends for teachers in schools. And let me explain what that is. When we launched Synergy, which is our student information system 5-6 years ago, when we launched Synergy, what's important to note is that every school got between 1 and 4 Synergy super users, right? And what a super user does is someone who's basically a resident expert that helps people troubleshoot, gets people onboarded who are new, communicates changes. Well, when you first launch a new technology, you need a high number of super users in the space to be able to facilitate that. As time goes on, you don't need as many. So we are not eliminating super users, we are reducing the number of super users in school to 1 to 2. Our larger schools, we want to prioritize having 2, and then the Department of Digital Innovation will strategically use their technology implementation specialist to supplement any support that schools might need. For Department of Student and Data Systems, again, that theme of we're not eliminating service, but it might slow some things down. We have some staff cuts there, so you will see that when we have data requests come through, that Student and Data Systems oftentimes is involved in some of those. It may slow down some of our reporting time. And then we have $291,000 for contractual services, $215,000 from contractual maintenance. And this is just reducing some services as we took a look at some of our services that are not used. Technology took a look at the utilization of certain services and things that could be reduced or cut. Next slide. Department of Infrastructure and Operations, again, they had some cuts in contractual maintenance and program supplies. The Department of Business Information Services, we reduced an application developer. This will not impact our HCM project. I just want to make sure that we know that. We actually are in pretty good position with eliminating this person, but it may slow down sometimes with maintenance of things such as Lawson, which is our current payroll system that we're utilizing, that may happen.
Can you just say what ACM is?
Sure. It's human capital management. So that is so that everybody is aware, that is the new system that we have been working diligently on for quite some time. Usually people get it when I just say paper timesheets are going to be electronic, but it's a lot more detailed than that. But that's usually the light bulb for folks. And then lastly, we have shared accountability. You see that there are 3 position cuts. It's important to note, and I know we always talk about program evaluation, and shared accountability does an excellent job with program evaluation, but they are not just program evaluation. There are other units. You have your applied research and evaluation unit, which is the one that does our program evaluations. That office assistant position you see is coming out of that area. That office assistant provides some logistical support to the program evaluators. The other 2 positions are from different areas. We have our assessment and data management unit. This is the unit that primarily focuses on performance matters support to schools. So we are reducing by 1 instructional specialist, which will mean that that work will be absorbed and that support will be absorbed. And then the last one was the testing support assistant position. And again, that's providing some technical support for when we do standardized testing, because we have a whole testing unit in shared accountability for that work. Next slide. And I believe this is the last one. And the one accelerator that we are asking for is $300,000 to continue to maintain and build out our dynamic information dashboards, both internally and externally. This has been a wonderful project that we have engaged on, which I really believe is continuing to serve as a transformative way for us to look at data, but we could not do it with our current capacity alone. We currently are using funding from ESSER to help support through consultants to help us build this out, because this is actually a project that's in addition to the workload of that department already.
Dr. McKnight?
Yes, I just wanted to point out Ms. Sharon, I wanted to ask the tech bus that we had been working on. Is that's in this budget?
Doesn't have to be. So when we talk about creative funding, majority of our mobile classroom is coming out of Title IV funding.
Okay, very good. And I wanted you to mention that because one of the things that I wanted to point out, and that is an example of one, and when I say the tech bus, I'm talking about how we have tried to address or eradicate the equity that exists in the programming for some of our students, because we, at some point, can't afford to put some of our specialized programs in all of our schools. So we've come creative with like getting a bus, and so it's going to be our tech bus that goes around to different schools so that all students can have access to that. But I share that as an example because I think what Ms. Sharon has shared with us today really is a way that we've strategically really leveraged our existing resources to have a higher impact instead of simply adding things to our budget. And so these realignments are necessary, or looking at ways that we're able to offer some of these initiatives that, we've heard are really important and we know are important to our students, and we've heard from the board are important, because this is the year. I continue to talk about the ESSER cliff. And through our hearings and through our public testimony, I know even when we see one position cut, people are concerned about that, but we have to be strategic in how we're realigning. And I thought this is a great example, and the tech bus came to mind because I was like, you didn't see that, but we have a different way of funding that. So we can always, and I think it was a presentation before, we can always look at other ways, and we've been applying for different grants and things as well to help with the offset of this. So we are being, I'm looking at Mr. Riley, fiscally strategic, and what it is that we're doing to try to maintain the services, but being very creative in other ways to be able to supplement. And that tech bus was one that got my attention.
And I do want to mention, in addition to our mobile classroom, which is going to be amazing and will be launching this spring, and of course the board will all have a private tour of that bus and experience when we get it all done. But the other thing to mention in alignment with what Dr. McKnight said is that and I'm looking at is it the FET? No, what is the grant? The 13.6 million? What's it called? For the Chromebooks. They're struggling to figure it out too. E-rate. So we got awarded. We didn't even think that we were going to get it, but we got $13.6 million now for Chromebooks, and they're strategically supposed to be Chromebooks that stay at home for kids. They're not Chromebooks that go back and forth. They're Chromebooks that stay at home and hotspots, because we knew that was going to be a difficult funding ask for either CIP or our operating budget after ESSER. So that's another example of.
Mrs. Wolf? Ms. Wolf?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sharon.
I know, right? That was good.
Our standing joke, it should be French. I just want to understand something about the shared accountability reductions. I'm trying to understand what a testing support assistant position does in central office that supports the schools, because we often hear that the testing coordinators in schools are just overwhelmed.
So this, hold on, I'm just going to my notes so I don't misspeak. So this testing support assistant, they interacted with schools on communicating things such as testing procedures. So reiterating and supporting the testing office in doing that for state-required assessments. They prepared student data for loading to our student information system for school use. So a lot on that back end stuff. And they served as a liaison to schools for requests with MCAP support for testing. So that's going to be transferred to an existing staff member, but they don't serve as a testing coordinator at any particular school, if that's helpful.
Well, I understood that because they were in central office. I was just trying to understand how that impacts what's going on in the schools. But my question would be, that's an awful lot of work. It didn't sound like very much, but that is an awful lot of work. So, I mean, you're going to move that work to another person that is already doing that kind of work too? I mean, are they going to be working 24 hours a day during the testing window, which we always seem to be in?
No, they're not going to be.
Or is there automation? Because you talk about testing scores, and is this some of the data has been automated?
Yeah, and I think that's where we have to think creatively and cross-office wise too. I mean, cross-department wise too, on how we can then better support that whole. Because what we don't want to do is create a situation where we're overworking other staff. We definitely don't expect anyone to work 24 hours a day. So that's the beauty of having technology and shared accountability departments all together, is that we can think creatively about how we can support on both ends.
Okay, well, that was my concern, that you're overwhelming the person that you're going to move that work to. I want to go back to slide 14, and you may have covered this, and I might have missed it because I was busy taking a lot of notes on the equity initiative part. But under the $321,000 deduction, you have substitute teacher. What is that?
Can we pull that slide up?
It's slide 14. The
One
one
with
that we
really
could
tiny
barely
letters?
see. I think you were trying to hide it.
Oh, I was
It says substitute.
You blame the budget team for that. You blame the budget team for that.
What exactly
Can I see the
is,
magnifying glass one?
what exactly is that?
It's not the right one, Mr. Riley.
That's the right slide on.
There we go.
screen.
Thank you. So what we did, like we had, all right, so for, you said substitute teachers, so that is not substitute teachers as you're thinking about. But what we do sometimes pay for, which we did not eliminate the account, we just reduced it, and we have multiple departments that have that, is they have a substitute teacher fund so that if they provide training during the school day for teachers, they'll say, we'll pay for the sub if you do it during the school day. That's what that is. So we didn't eliminate the funding, but we did pull some from it. It's not to replace substitute teachers.
Okay, well, when you were talking on this slide, you talked a lot about the work of the equity unit. And you talked about all the training they've done and leader learning. And I guess what concerns me is that the anti-racist work does not get eliminated through this process, because I'm still trying to understand globally what we're seeing from that work. And this has nothing to do with the budget, but I noticed that you said that they've been collecting data. So they must be producing some sort of reports on something.
Set me up, Ms. Wolf, yes.
You know,
Perfect.
I'm chair of strategic planning. I would like you to come to strategic planning with whatever that work is, because I'm not exactly understanding and seeing where it is, but I certainly don't want it to go away. I want to know what benefit we're getting from it before we start talking about changes and eliminating it.
Yes, absolutely. And I just to clarify, though, what we were talking about on this slide was the Department of District-Wide Professional Learning, right? Which works collaboratively with the Equity Initiatives Unit. So what's important to understand, and I think this is what Ms. Harris was kind of getting to last week with some of her comments, is we kind of sometimes, at least how we're approaching this is, since one of our goals as a office is to reduce siloing, is not looking at the work as this exists in this place and these people do that work and these do that work. With the Department of District-Wide Professional Learning, they're actually working in conjunction with the equity unit on this work as a team. So one of the things I do want to note is that we are going to be creating a year one impact report on all of the work for the anti-racist action plan that will be provided to the board and the public in May. So that is where and we of course can provide some additional information. Our district-wide, one of the amazing things that our Department of District-Wide Professional Learning has brought to the district and to all professional learning staff that are doing professional learning, and I know we hear this at the board, how do I know any of this is having an impact? Every single professional learning progression that they do, they write an entire impact report for every single one, and they base it on the research-based framework called Guskey's Framework, which has the 5 levels of professional learning. So we have that for everything that we can share.
Okay, well, like I said, I really would be very interested in it because we talk about it all the time, but I'm not exactly sure where the impact is from it. So Thank you for that.
Mr. Riley.
Can I just add on, because the topic of realignments came up. So as Ms. Sharon mentioned, we task our departments and divisions to do realignments, but that's not just within their chapter. So we do look across chapters, and she gave a great example of areas that we did that, as well as Dr. McKnight mentioned, looking at grant funding as well, too. So, and just for the record, too, that wasn't intentional, that small slide.
No. There's some error.
Ms. Yang?
Yes, thank you. I want to follow up on the conversation about district-wide training, right? I really try to understand for myself and the millions out there the infrastructure we have to do professional training, because professional training doesn't just come out of your strategic initiative and technology office.
No.
I know math does their training, reading does their training, equity unit does their training. So their training happen at, we have training for para-educators on, career pathways. So when we talk about the impact of training, I just want to understand our whole infrastructure. And that money is sprinkled all around throughout this whole big book. So is there a way we can get a better understanding about, special education, the cost of training, how much we are invested in it, I know maybe that is not a question you can answer right now because it involves multiple cross-department, but I really want us to understand, we keep talking about professional training, what approach are we taking to look at the whole infrastructure?
Mr. Riley, would this be a program budget theme?
Yeah.
If I can,
Please.
If I can add in, so for professional learning, we've discussed this over the years.
Mike, your mic.
Sorry. So professional learning,
Nope, still. Somebody. Shirley, can you turn off?
Yes, definitely.
So as for professional learning, so one of the ways that will make that easier in the future, in the near term, is when we move into the program budget. It's not going to be one professional learning program. It's going to be over over 2 or 3 that we have it currently assigned to. But that'll be an easier way to look at what do we have. Contribution-wise, for funding-wise for professional learning, and then there'll be a narrative page too to say, what's involved in that, especially where it does cross chapters and cross offices. So that's going to be an important tool in the near future.
So that's near future. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We were waiting until we had the final numbers from superintendent's budget, and now we're currently putting that together right now for a program.
Dr. McKnight?
Yes, so that's a question I think that I wanted to address because this is kind of what is the professional development for the entire system. And I'm going to go back to the theory of action that was created, I shared with the board and with the system, that there are 3 things that we must do in Montgomery County Public Schools to improve the outcomes for students. 1 was differentiation of resources. The 2nd was building staff capacity. And the 3rd was to build structures of accountability for all students. So that second part of building staff capacity requires that in every office, whether it is from operations to building the capacity of bus drivers to building the capacity of our tech team to think about ways to be innovative, that is the only way that we're going to be able to create new designs needed post the pandemic for education that we need today. And so, yes, professional development does exist probably in every budget across all the offices of the school system, because that has been a commitment that we have made that said these are the things that must happen in order for us to see some change in the outcomes for students. So if the question is that if there is a desire for the board for us to pull all of the professional development that's happening across the system, we can certainly do that and are happy to do that. But I did want to be clear that that is a commitment that we've made and one of the things that we've identified that must happen to change student outcomes. And so when we see the results that we're seeing, okay, the 21% increase of students in elementary, ranging from 11% to 21% from K to 2 students. That's because of the professional development that we've invested in for our teachers in the building. And our teachers have said this, the science of reading. That's a new curriculum that we've implemented. So I just want to say that because, as we think about the results that we're seeing for students, it is absolutely as an outcome of the investment that we've made in staff. We had a teacher from Blair High School sitting at our board meeting 2 weeks ago, and she said it to us. Kristen, thank you. I have been teaching for 20-something years and 21 years, and she said, I had to go back and figure out how am I teaching students after the pandemic. So we've been at a crossroads since the pandemic. Everybody's job has shifted. And so that professional development has to be a non-negotiable in all components of our system. So I just wanted to emphasize that because it's very important, and that's why we will see it spread across the entire system because of the significance of it.
And I do want to add just one thing onto what Dr. McKnight said, and I know and because the first thing I thought of when you're like, can we get a breakdown of all of the budget? there are some things that we do that is considered professional development that might not be a line item that says professional development. And I don't know, she's not here, and I know she's gonna be upset she missed this. But for our friends that were at our strategic planning committee meeting yesterday, that was a powerful presentation from our math team about how job embedded, and that's what all the research says, job embedded coaching, which is a form of professional development, is the single most effective way to move student achievement. And our math coaches in the presentation that we shared yesterday was showing significant gains between Q1 and Q2 in just the schools that had those math coaches. So it's more than just a training that people get, but it's how we're embedding some of the coaching and the work on the ground.
So coming back to this accelerator that we have in your office, would you say these professional training coordinator or instructional specialist, their work is more system-wide and leadership training in this area?
So it's not an accelerator, it's a realignment. So I just want to make sure that we're clear, because we're not asking for more money, we just realign the money within our office. Okay. Their work is helping to create that coherence district-wide in our professional learning from the following. Training leaders, yes, is a part of that. But when we provide the district-wide professional learning day that was for 15,000 staff, that is also part of their work, okay? So it is not singular. They're also working on training the people that deliver professional learning and how to deliver professional learning in alignment to the standards that we have as a system. And they also are the ones that are leading the work in grounding the professional learning in anti-racist practices to make sure that we have that coherence throughout the district.
Thank you for the explanation. Now I want to move to another different item. Before the hearing, I asked for data, which you provided, which is very helpful, about the technology spending in our district. Chromebook, now every student have one, was not so before the pandemic. So we have before is a Chromebook card in some places in the building. Now we have about one for every student, right?
Correct.
So happy to hear that you say the Chromebook, they have a replacement cycle of 5 years, and every year the cost is about $14 million, which I just heard you got a grant for it. Then let me ask you about the box light and the teacher laptop and the printers. These all have, and are they in the, so for the box light 10-year replacement cycle, it's $3 million per year. Laptop 4-year replacement cycle is about $4.5 million a year, and then printers is about $750,000 per year. So are these in CIP or are this in operating budget?
So let me clarify a couple things.
Okay.
So ESSER basically has taken care of our box lights for all of our main instructional places. That's thankful for ESSER.
For now.
For now, and they have a shelf life of 10 to 15 years.
But then every year you have to you have to put money aside, or you're just waiting to the year 10 to come out with that money?
No, we don't do that. So the best way to explain it, at least how I explain it to people, is, and maybe this ages me a little bit, but I call it the layaway plan. If anyone had to do layaway when they were a kid to purchase clothing, that's what we do for our technology, right? So our technology comes out of our CIP. Those are our instructional tools that I mentioned earlier that come out of our CIP budget.
Okay.
We do have to keep a close eye on the CIP because, frankly, we have been told that the CIP budget in technology is being reduced. So we need to think about what the impact is going to be on our refresh cycle. Right now, we're in an okay place. We have, and what we do is we create these layaway plans where we purchase the technology and we make sure that people have them. So we're not, although we bought like the teacher laptops, $20 million, bam, during ESSER, we are not replacing them in that way. So we are going to use our CIP money, and that's what actually the work that Dr. Trenkamp is working on with her team right now, is figuring out our refresh cycles for both our teacher devices as well as our Chromebooks. Now, the good thing about the Chromebooks is they're extremely cost efficient, and once they get out of that 5-year cycle that we can't use them anymore because their software can't be updated to state regulations, we use them for parts. I mean, we use these things for every possible thing that we can use to recycle them. So we will continue to do that.
So I just want us, all be very aware, technology has a price tag to it, that
Yes.
as a system, we have to be very strategic and thoughtful and dated all of us, like have a plan to cover all these upcoming costs. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I do want to give a shout out to the County Council for funding all of these initiatives that they have done every year through CIP.
Ms. Rivera-Alvin?
I'm not going to say it last night because I'm going to mess it up. So I'm going to say, Stephanie, I just want to say thank you for the great work. Working on the dashboard for just even our website, even our, it's been great to see. But I am a little bit concerned because, like my colleague, Ms. Wolf, data is such an important part of our equity work. And it is so clear defined under the anti-racist audit that we did under section 6.2 specifically, what it says that, the collection of data and so on. So I just want to make sure that those cuts do not have an indirect effect on the work that we have been doing in that data collection. Because as you have said many times, you're a mighty but very efficient team. So the last thing I think we want to do is put any obstacles in that mighty team getting the work done that we've been wanting to do for a long time to make specific changes in the system to specifically with the Black and brown kids to ensure that, we have the tools, we have the training, we have the access. And I also want to say thank you for applying for that grant for Chromebooks, but most importantly for the hotspots, because we have a huge disparity in access to Wi-Fi in our communities. And that is a big part of a barrier when it comes for a lot of our children and youth. So with that being said, we are a system of 25,000 plus employees, 160,000 plus students. So for me, initiatives in technology is a huge way and it's well invested in because we need to. So I just want assurance, I guess, from you that none of that work is going to be impacted or affected in any way or delayed because of any of these cuts.
So, when you do make cuts, like I said before, there is an impact on reporting. But what we did make sure that we protected was the teacher and school access to that technology and the data that they need to be able to drive instruction, because that's first and foremost. Now, if the board makes a data request that is relatively complex, it might take us a little bit longer. But as far as the impact on students, and as long as we can continue with our dashboards and make sure that we're publicly holding ourselves accountable for our data in a clear and transparent way, I'm confident that we can do that with this budget.
Dr. McKnight?
Oh, there we go. Yes, so I wanted to say thank you, Ms. Rivera-Alvin. That's the push and pull that we've had to navigate and being mindful of how we strategically use our resources. We came forward with this budget, identifying exactly what these priorities are and what it is that we wanted to accomplish. This is a budget that we bring to the Board of Education. Now, we're being thoughtful about that. Of course, if there is something that, as we go through these budget work sessions, if there are some things that you would like to revise, we have the opportunity for you to take that into consideration before we then move this budget to the County Council. As you all know, I do want to remind you, last year in working with the County Council, that was a pretty arduous process that we went through in terms of everything that had to be considered in the budget. Last year, I was very transparent in talking about the priorities that would continue to exist in the school system, but we would also do our due diligence, given that we knew we were going to be losing the last year of the ESSER grant. So, here we are, and so this is going to require much prioritization from the Board of Education as we bring this forward. But I just wanted to remind you that this is what we're bringing forward, but there is an opportunity for you to add to the resources that we've prepared in this budget, if that is what you would like to do. And we certainly will continue to be diligent in answering these questions about, yes, these are realignments and adjustments that we've made, but there is always an opportunity for us to do more. And Ms. Sharon, I want to thank you for that comment you made, because as we are sitting at the table and we're having our Board of Education discussions and the requests and things are coming up, I also ask us to continue to think about what those priorities are, to have those specific areas of focus, because those requests do require and reflect manpower that's needed in the offices to do the work. So I'm just bringing that whole picture together for us to be very thoughtful about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Yes, so thank you for saying that, Dr. McKnight, and Ms. Sharon. Thank you for mentioning the Strategic Planning Committee meeting yesterday. Please go back and tune in. It was a great meeting, great discussion. But I'm going to piggyback off of Ms. Wolf just for a bit, and then go back to the equity initiatives unit, right? So you did mention that coordinator, right, that we're going to take away, and I will say I am a product of the study circles. My husband and I, we participated in that, and our families and our staff, teachers, everybody benefited from that. So what I did hear you say at some point, that that unit has made 1,000 touches, that we have like 30 additional facilitators, and that you've trained 140 additional people. So you leave one coordinator. Is that coordinator coordinating all those trainers and facilitators? Like, explain to me. I'm just trying to figure out, we get rid of this position.
And that is the complexity, right? So that is what the coordinator coordinates, right? They coordinate two things. They do the training to get people, and then they coordinate that outreach at schools. So a lot of times, because the study circles, not everybody's trained in it. So if a school says we really need to prioritize this, we want to prioritize this, the coordinator's job is to figure out, well, how are we pulling the people who can facilitate all over and provide the support to the schools. So yeah, there will be an impact.
Sure. I just want you to better explain that, not only to us, but for the community as a whole to be able to hear, because what I do know and what I hear some of our principals talking about is that the students benefit from this as well, and oftentimes our students are asking for the study circles too.
Yes.
Right. So I just wanted to highlight that, and I just really wanted to ask that question as we are thinking about, individually and amongst ourselves, what is it that we want to incorporate back into the budget. I just wanted to get a little bit more detail from you, because that one coordinator now has to coordinate for all of our schools.
No, we have no coordinator. That was the one coordinator.
I thought I saw two.
That's one coordinator. So yes. So we would have to divide that responsibility up to either TPT to help support that, or members of the equity unit. The other thing to note, which I should have mentioned, which I didn't, is that what we're trying to do with the Study Circles program, because it is a very powerful tool, but we do have limited resources, even with the coordinator, in order to create a targeted structure. One of the things that we're hearing the most in the equity unit, particularly around hate bias incidences, is the secondary schools are a little bit more self-sufficient, so they're not reaching out to the equity unit as much for support after, but our elementary schools they are constantly on call with our elementary schools. So what we're trying to do is put the student dialogues, which are a form of study circles, strategically targeting 4th and 5th grade. And that's where we're trying to put most of our resources in next year with study circles, so that we can really target those 2 grade levels, particularly as we're thinking about the broader scope and sequence of our race and equity work. There will be an impact with not having a coordinator to do that.
And I heard you say one had difficulty, but not having one at all will be even more difficult. And what we do know is, after various incidents that trickle from outside into our school walls, that there are times when our staff don't have the wherewithal to be able to deal or handle. So we do need somebody to be able to facilitate or coordinate that work. So I just thank you for that.
Yes.
Detailed information that'll help inform me better. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh, no. And one other thing. So I heard you mention, so I was saving it for HR, and I know Mrs. Mondowski is going to mention as well the paraeducators. But you mentioned, about paraeducators and the training being under so explain that. because that's something different. So explain that for me, please.
Okay, so our para-educator program manager, that's her official position, the fabulous Miss Sally Murick, who you might be able to associate that with.
Yeah.
She has moved under district-wide professional learning from being under special education. And the reason for that is that we wanted to take a more district-wide approach and plan to how we're supporting all of our para-educators. We hear time and time again that our para-educators are not receiving the professional training and learning that the rest of staff is having. So if the purpose of district-wide professional learning is to create that coherence, particularly from that anti-racist lens, then we need to make sure that the para-educators are getting what they need. So our vision for next year is, like, for instance, I know we heard at the budget hearing about the NEO. That only happens traditionally once for paraeducators. We're putting structures in place that are cost efficient so that we can provide that monthly for paraeducators, for new paraeducators throughout the year that get hired. So if you get hired in December as a para, and we know with the paraeducators it's cyclical, you don't have to wait for a whole nother year to get the professional learning you need. Paraeducators are also provided, and hopefully I'm getting this right, 16 hours per their contract of professional learning outside of their duty day at $20 an hour. Currently, that's a highly underutilized fund. If you look at the spending for that, it's not very utilized. We want to beef that up with both the programming options and the communication for paraeducators to make sure that what we're providing, they actually want to take and they're getting compensated for it.
Okay, so at the new employee orientation for paraeducators, as the former president, and then most recently when President Silvestri could not attend, I did go and speak with them. So that was like over 300 paraeducators coming to our system. So you're saying that what's going to happen is that's going to go away, because that's a one-time thing, and that we're going to be able to do it on a monthly basis?
It's not going to go away, but it just, instead of doing it once, we're going to do it monthly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be in addition to, not an elimination of.
Oh, good.
Okay.
If that is helpful.
Okay, that wasn't clear from
Yeah,
what-
in addition. And as a proud spouse of a paraeducator, I know how important their work is.
Very important. Okay, just wanted to get clarity on that. Thank you.
Mrs. Madrasky?
Yep. So that was the first part of my question. The second part is along the same lines. The career pathways, that is a job coaching and development program for, our SEIU folks to be able to further ahead. Should that be under professional learning instead of HR? And is that something you've considered?
That's interesting that you say that. So I actually received a message from Dr. Mustasos, who's our director of district-wide PD, and said that work is coming under district-wide PD. And we're going to be merging that work directly with the work that Miss Sally Murick is doing with the paraeducators.
Okay. So, okay. But that still is without the additional two coordinators? Okay. Thank you.
Can I piggyback off of Mrs. Madrasky? So is there a difference with the people that are familiar, that are currently working with our paraeducators, that are familiar with the work versus switching it or transferring it to new?
So this is a great question, and this gets to that innovative model of how we're doing our work. So those people that are currently working with the paraeducators, they're going to continue to work with the paraeducators. But what our job is in strategic initiatives is to scale that up, because we have the resources, and when I say resources, I mean the strategies to make sure that we're building that up and coordinating them across spaces and offices so that we can move their work in a more strategic manner.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what the sessions are for us to ask the questions and for you to be able to explain it so that the community can hear. We have a board book. I want everybody to know we have it all, but the conversations cannot take the place of what's in the book, because you can't get that level of explanation in the book, so I appreciate that. Okay.
Mr. Said?
Yes. Thank you for this presentation so far. I think this is a lot of really exciting work, especially the dashboard that you mentioned. I'm definitely a big supporter of that. It's just so much good information, so I'm really happy to see that you're continuing that. Some of my questions have been answered. I just have two really quick questions. I heard you say earlier when there's some, cuts for efficiencies to some programs, it means that they may be slowed down, not necessarily eliminated. So I have a couple questions about that. One of them I saw was about $230,000 to Go Guardian. I want to know what the actual impact of this will be. I know that that's definitely something a lot of interest to both students and staff, so I want to know a little more about that.
Yes, and I made sure I had my notes ready for this. I figured that was going to come up. So next year, we are eliminating Go Guardian, and let me explain what Go Guardian is, okay? So for our millions of viewers today. So what Go Guardian is it's a technology software tool that allows teachers to remotely monitor the Chromebooks of students in the classroom. Just to give you a little bit of context on the utilization of this software. So in this school year alone, we have what, about 15,000 teachers. In this school year alone, we had 6,000, our record shows 6,000 teachers have used Go Guardian at least once, okay? In the past month, 3,000 have utilized Go Guardian at least once. Most of our users are at actually a handful of secondary schools. How we are thinking about offsetting that is going back to some of the traditional and educating and providing resources to teachers and some of the traditional ways to implement some classroom management strategies to monitor technology without the use of technology. And I also want to leverage that we are working with the MCCPTA technology group on their digital balance resolution, which we've been really working lockstep and hand with, to think about how are we making sure that our teachers are utilizing the Chromebooks, but that's not the only thing that they're using throughout the day, right? That there is a mixture of instructional tools being used throughout the day. So I think between the two, I think the impact will be relatively minimal.
So with the cuts, will it mean less people will be able to use it? It'll be slower? Like what?
It means no one will use it.
No one.
Right. We will not have a license for Go Guardian.
Oh, so it's gone. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that. And then my second question was $214,000 to cut services that support, I saw Naviance and Canvas Studio. So I know I use Naviance for college. I use it a lot. That's the system through which you get recommendations. That's a system through which you get transcripts. Now that I'm hearing Go Guardian is going to be cut with the money, what's going to happen to these systems?
Great question. So there are reductions in both Synergy and Canvas. For what we did was we did a strategic analysis of all the different add-ons that we have in both those contracts. And we said, what are some things that no one's really using that we can eliminate? So for Synergy, for instance, and I forget the name of it, it'll come back to me, but there's a feature, an add-on feature that we have where teachers can voice record over lessons. Well, they don't need to do that. They can do that from multiple other tools, including Zoom, right? So, and people weren't using it, so we cut it. We are not cutting Naviance entirely. I don't want anyone to jump out of their seats on that because it is a necessary tool, particularly for our high school students. What we're not going to pay for out of the technology budget is the middle school license for Naviance, okay? So the high school, we are obviously not touching, but the middle school use of Naviance, we felt, and please know we did collaborate with our friends in Mr. Monteleone's shop to talk through the impact and how that can be mitigated.
Okay, that answers my questions. Thank you so much. Sure.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, thank you, and do appreciate the tech balance work with MCCPTA. It's really important.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Really good thinking happening in that space.
Yeah.
And as the proud parent of a paraeducator, I do appreciate the training that we're kind of focusing on making it more readily available and scalable throughout the year. And just a coming attraction, so you talked about the human capital management and the ongoing implementation of that. So coming attractions next Monday at this XCS committee meeting, fiscal management, we are doing an update on the human capital management system implementation. So we'll go a little deeper into that. I did have a question. So, doing a lot of talking about the professional development and the Office of the Department of District-Wide Professional Learning and other areas of the school system that do professional development, because at last Thursday's operating budget hearing, there was a little bit of a through line of people talking about we're cutting staff development and staff training. And I was trying to do a dive on that and trying to figure out where exactly that idea was coming from, because I'm not seeing it in my look at the budget work, and I'm wondering if some messaging are getting conflated with looking at some of the realignments, because I'm not especially from what you're saying, I'm not seeing reduction.
Dr. McKnight.
Yes, so if you're referring to, Ms. Harris, some of the testimony and things that we've heard, the one area that we have not gotten to yet, and I'll turn to Mr. Hall on that, has been the career pathways work. Mr. Hall, do you want to speak to that for a moment?
Yeah, so the Pathways program that we have in Human Resources, we'll talk more about that when we get to Chapter 9, and, but that program is not going away. We're just kind of looking at some changes in how we distribute the work. But Ms. Key will be up here in a few minutes to talk more about that.
Okay, that's what I thought. There was just some conflation in messaging. And I do want to say, I just had a quick question on the Remind app use. I know, have we moved from pilot to just widespread distribution, widespread uptake?
Yes, we are fully implemented with Remind 101. What I have, Dr. Trenkamp is working on between now and March-ish is our timeline right now, is we're collecting utilization data. We are going to be doing an analysis from the perspective of parents, students, and staff on how the implementation has gone so far, what barriers they see, so that we can think about what our next steps are. Because as you recall, initially when we launched Remind, we did it on a rolling out basis. It was mandatory for administrators to be trained. It was a very, very much so optional for teachers. So we're collecting data on determining what our next steps are going to be around that.
Because I have heard very good things about that. People really appreciate that as a tool for communicating quickly in real time.
Yeah.
It really is useful. And then a question about the E-rates, the $13.6 million grant. And you mentioned this is for home Chrome, so this isn't for replacement, life cycle replacement.
Correct.
So how are we going to be identifying how those are distributed?
That I might actually have to look to my technology team to give me a little support with that question. Come on up, Kara.
Hi, good morning. We are working with schools to identify where there are needs. We have been also communicating directly with the community in all languages. We have a form out right now, particularly targeting our students that are in CART model schools, which is the majority of our elementary schools, and about, I think it's 3 of our middle schools, where we're working with those communities to say that this is a resource that is available. Students can check that out. It's like a long-term checkout where they fill out the form, a device and charger is delivered to the school, it goes home with the student, and it stays home all school year. So it can be used for ongoing instructional activities, out of school time activities, and of course anything else that they want to use it for. And then they would check that back in at the end of the school year, or keep it for summer programs and those enrichment pieces and go forward. So we've been working hand in hand with schools to make sure that communities know that that resource is available. We have about 50% of our students in CART model schools that have already taken advantage of this, and we will continue to advertise that this is available.
And so, Dr. Trenkamp, so the Home Chrome program is supported by this $13.6 million E-rate grant. That is continuation of an existing program.
It is.
And are we at a place where currently demand exceeds supply?
We are not. No, we have supply, and our priority is to make sure most of our secondary school students carry a device every day back and forth from school. They use it as a regular part of their instructional program. So we've really been focused at the elementary level and a handful of middle schools. So we do have supply, and we are prepared to continue to support that for the long-term plan.
Right. Good. Thank you very much. And I think that are all my questions. Just did want to also thank you for the work on the dynamic info dashboards. So much appreciated by people in the community who've been asking about that for a while. So yeah, thank you.
Yep, more to come.
My only comment or question was you brought an excellent point around the job-embedded coaching as being best practice in terms of really delivering professional development for our teachers. And given that professional development is one of our key levers of our theory of action, I will watch the strategic planning committee meeting, but I also want us to think more about how that's budgeted. Could you just tell me now what positions in the budget do that job embedded coaching, just to give me an idea?
Yeah, so when we think about that, we think about our reading specialists, right? Our math coaches, which we mentioned at Strategic Planning Committee, all 211 staff development teachers. That is part of their role. And I also will say that the central services, when we think about the learning and achievement specialists that are currently residing in SSWB, and then the other instructional specialists that we have throughout the other departments, all serve as job-embedded coaches in some capacity. And resource teachers, thank you, and content specialists that exist in our K-12 budget.
Thank you. Okay, we have finished this. Oh, Dr. McKnight.
Yes, I just wanted to first thank Ms. Sharon and the team. I mean, they have been very clear on the strategic direction that, you know, they've been given, and given some really good examples of how that's been illustrated through the work. So I wanted to, first of all, thank you for that. And then to tie it back to just a moment ago when we were talking about the data and the interaction with the community to get the feedback, it just ties back to the board's priority of two-way communication. I mean, none of these programs actually work or initiative if we are not going back and, you know, getting feedback from our community about the implementation and what it is. So I just want to thank you, and thank you, Ms. Harris, for mentioning that our community found that to be positive, because I think it's important, it's helpful, it's why you've given that as a priority to us, to me as the superintendent, and to the district. So we will continue to elevate that as we go through these programs or through these presentations. So I just wanted to make that connection. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we had a 15-minute break scheduled in 10 minutes, so I think we're going to take that now. It is 11:52. If we could come back at, what is that, 12:10. About that. Okay. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will now continue our budget work session to continue with our next chapter. We do have a hard stop at 2 o'clock, so we will be concluding the budget work session a few minutes before 2 o'clock. And then anything that we don't get through today will be covered in our third budget work session. So I will ask the staff to continue with our next chapter, which is operations.
Good afternoon, Dr. McKnight, members of the board. I'm Dana Edwards. I'm the Chief of District Operations. And as President Silvestri said, we will hear about operations. Throughout our budget hearings, you have heard from chapters 1 through 6, heavily focused on the academic component of the program, which is critically important. But the one thing you will hear through operations is we have to know the academics in order to be able to provide the equitable resources for students, one, to access those academics on a daily basis. Two, also for our staff to be able to be in a space in which they're comfortable, they can be able to support their students, whether they are within the building or outside of the building as well. And then the third thing that you will hear throughout this presentation, especially in transportation and food and nutrition services, is this component of catching up. And so what I will share with you is where we've been kind of pre-pandemic and then where we're trying to go and really making sure that we are revolutionizing, listening to people along the way to be able to offer exactly what's needed at this particular time. In the Office of District Operations, one of the things I want to kind of nestle you into is we are the first face in classroom 120,000 of our about 160,000 students see every day through a yellow bus. And we take pride in the work that they do in terms of taking our students to school, making sure those buses are prepared. In addition, as our students disembark from their bus, they enter into buildings full of posters, art provided by EGPS and the Department of Materials Management, who also provides materials including furniture, pens, notepads, etc., that make our schools inviting places and to support. As you've gone into many of our new buildings, you'll see that the furniture is formatted to create the culture within those buildings. If you've gone to South Lake, there's some really cool spaces outside of the classroom space. And not only is it color-coded, one, so that it looks good, but talking with that team to really understand what is their school improvement focus, what are the things that students need, and kind of crafting that furniture and the space to be able to create those interesting yet inviting learning spaces. Staff in the schools are also provided additional support with their employee contracts. With each of the chapters and overall, we have heard about the compensation agreements with our associations, as well as some of the different working conditions that we made sure that we solidified and we put in place so our employees thrive. We want them to stay. We want them to be able to have the skills that they need, and we want to do that in a collaborative manner, hence the Department of Labor Relations. In addition, in the Office of District Operations, we also have our Division of Appeals that works with our Board Appeals, our COSA Appeals, and different components of that, and our Student Welfare and Compliance. So if you go to the next slide, 60% of the budget in the Office of District Operations goes to salaries and wages of employees. The other components that you will see that I do want to highlight are the supplies and materials for about $42.8 million, which are our food services, the food that we supply. Yes, Mr. Saeed, the food that we supply for our students, in addition to our transportation, our vehicle, fuel, tires, and parts and lubricants. We are the office that really makes sure that things are moving, the behind the scenes component. We like when things go well, but when they don't go well, we want to be able to know so that we can upgrade to really make the experiences what they are supposed to be. Under the other category for $18 million are our food services employee benefits that are there, but also you see a cost for transportation, which is some of our after-school programming, and making sure that the after-school programs that we offer, we have transportation services to be able to support. Mainly we see it at the secondary schools, but we also have the offerings at the elementary schools. And then the final category on this pie chart under equipment, you see $25.3 million. And I want to take a second to talk about this because a couple of months ago we came to the board in reference to our diesel buses and our EV buses. As a Department of Transportation, we still, and as a district, have a commitment to moving forward with electrifying our fleet. We had a really big conversation in this space around why were we shifting and getting more diesel buses at this time, especially because we had been on the trend of getting more EV buses. And there were a couple of things that as we had the conversation we highlighted. One, we were delayed in terms of receiving our EV buses. That impacted the number of buses and the time in which they needed to be on the road. The second part is we were very focused on making sure we had special education buses as well. And what we weren't receiving at the time from the company that supports our EV buses, we weren't receiving the special education buses. And it was important that we were still able to transport our special education students in county as well as those who have services outside of the county. So I wanted to be able to highlight that. And so what you see is a difference in the cost with the diesel bus lease being more than the electric bus lease for two reasons. One, remember we put in an order of 90 diesel buses, so it's going to be more there. And we had less of our EV buses. We currently have out a request for information, which we shared with the board that we would do, because it has been some years since we did a contract for EV buses. And so we want to make sure we understand the landscape and the new trends that are happening at this moment in terms of electrification, especially for school buses, understanding how it's playing out in other districts, and that will inform us to write the best RFP for us to get the best contract and the best company to continue to support our efforts with electrification. Okay? So if we can go to the next slide. In the Department of Transportation, we have a mixed fleet. We have 1,418 buses. 236 of those are electric buses and 1,182 are our diesels. They transport, as I shared, the lion's share of our students, and we have 1,184 routes across the district. As I talked about how we look toward the future, one of the critical pieces we are doing in transportation now is having a transportation study. And so we have to understand where we need to go for the future to be able to optimize our resources, optimize what we need to provide in order to be able to move forward. As everyone knows, last year our department was plagued by significant staffing challenges to the point where we were not able to put every route on the road and transport every child to school. I sit here proud to say we have not missed a route this year. And I do want to give a hand to those that are not here, to the staff and to the leadership under the acting leadership of Mr. Michael Lewis, and really listening to the staff and thinking about the culture of transportation, what is needed, making sure that he was a visible face in spaces and problem solving, and really looking and saying, let's understand from this transportation study and involving the leadership in transportation and the staff to really think about how we move forward. So we look forward to getting those results in February. I think it will be transformative for our district to really do that. Included, you will see 41 additional bus driver positions. And I really want to talk about that because over the years, we have not added bus driver positions. As we look to solve our challenges from last year and missing routes, there were a couple of things that we did. I want to thank the board for increasing the starting pay of our bus drivers. That was extremely helpful. The second piece is we took a look at really, like I said, being attentive to the culture. But we also saw that we needed to change our substitute bus drivers into permanent drivers. One, you don't have benefits, you don't stay. And we are a destination employer here in MCPS, and one way to do that is we ground your feet. Included in that, as you all know, we train our bus drivers here. You don't have to go out to get your CDL, and we continue to support you throughout the year. So one of the additions that we have to be really mindful of is We, over the years in transportation, have not asked for additional positions. However, we have continued to compensate in terms of more programs. We have also looked at our existing routes, decreased some of those routes either because they were courtesy stops, low ridership, duplicative, but we had not added bus drivers. And that starts to put a strain on others. So we want to add these bus drivers to be mindful of that, but also to think about bus drivers, like teachers in buildings, they take off too. They get sick too. And when they're out, we want to have people who are there that can backfill. So that's what the 41 additional positions are. In the budget work session, I also heard, the concern, and we have been working closely with the Northwood Project, understanding that when schools move, we do want to be able to accommodate for those moves and to be able to support. But also, you will hear later in my presentation our support around supporting the blueprint for pre-K instruction and making sure that we have transportation set for our earliest learners, and they have a perfect experience from this time they get on the bus with their big book bags and excitement that they bring forward. In addition, you will see $385,000 for the bus leases, and that goes back to, again, showing that growth, and an additional approximately $60,000 for after-school activity needs, continuing to support transportation, not viewing transportation as a barrier for students to participate in those programs. Next slide, please. There were some significant realignments of about 5 positions within the Department of Transportation to really focus on operationalizing the West Farm Depot. That was one of the areas we talked about last year when we said, what is it that we need to do that we really had not been attentive to pre-pandemic? When we looked at our West Farm Depot, they were one of our largest depots with about 246 routes, compared to our other depots with anywhere between 170 routes to almost 190 routes, or 200. So we move forward in separating the work within the West Farm Depot that supports many of our schools in the Northeast Consortia, as well as they have their battery of special education buses that come out of there. And so we were able to split those depots, and we want to move forward with providing the correct complement of staff within that location so that their support systems in terms of transportation cluster managers that support many of the needs of parents, managing questions that may come up from schools and different components like that, that depot is equitable in terms of their staffing, similar to our other depots. The second component that you'll see in terms of realignment is a savings in fuel, bus parts, and shop equipment that totals about $330,000. And again, we want to realign these pieces that we're seeing in terms of some shop equipment that is either duplicative or we have not been using a lot in terms of the cost. The bus fuel in terms of a savings from utilizing our EVs, and parts that we're not utilizing as a result of our EVs, to realign that to be able to support adding those positions. Next slide. I do want to, as we talk about coming into the future, food services is another space, and I have been absolutely thrilled about the strategic work of our food services staff this year, and have appreciated the partnership with Ms. Harris as well as Mr. Saeed as we really rethink and reimagine how we approach food. Over the last 2 years, I think you've heard a lot about us really diversifying the menu, really thinking about how the menu looks like, our student population, our family population within the school. One of the critical things that has been exciting about the work is really doing it through a lens of approaching it through the lens of how is it that we focus and support students who have food insecurity. And I'll talk about our layered approach that we've done that through our staunch partnership with Montgomery County Government Strategic Plan to End Childhood Hunger. And we celebrated that work earlier this this year and going out to Mr. Steffen's school and really talking about the expansion of that program. I'll give you some numbers behind it because it's absolutely fantastic, and that will feed into some of the asks that we are bringing forward in this space. But the biggest component is being data-driven. And using the data to be able to drive not only the selection, you will also hear how the theory of action will be alive in the department, in the Division of Food and Nutrition Services. The theory of action is not just for academics. As operations, we happen to work in an academic setting, but we also have to look at how we support that in the best way. So a little data for you. In our layered approach as a district to really think about food insecurity for students, we have supported increased participation in meal service. We have served 20% more meals, equaling about 8 million. This year, from July to December, compared to last year where we only served 6.5 million meals. We credit that to our CEP schools that we talked about earlier, and we have 58 of those schools are community eligibility program schools, where students in those schools receive free lunch as well as free breakfast on a daily basis. The second piece is that we have also expanded our free breakfast program in many of our schools, and we increased to 28 additional sites this year with 117 schools in which we're offering that opportunity. That gives us the increase in meals, but in doing that, we also have not adjusted our staffing since pre-pandemic. And so we recognize, based on the data, this is a great thing. That means there are more children, one, who might be coming to school as a result of this, who are entering classrooms or sitting in classrooms unworried about what needs to happen and can focus on the learning. And so one of the critical parts is that we're looking for 16 additional cafeteria worker positions to be able to support, moving forward with making sure that we can implement those programs with fidelity, really thinking about when staff need to be off and having backfills within those particular spaces. We also have been utilizing TPT, or temporary part-time money, for an accounts payable position. And so that position now needs to be full-time in food and nutrition services, primarily because, again, as we look in terms of the wealth of what we do and how we do, we really want someone who's dedicated and who's going to stay in that position to be able to help us. As we look to enhance the quality of food, the variety of menu options, you've heard us talk about sporadically throughout the year just how we've done that. If we go back to reimagining our back-to-school nights, we were at many of our back-to-school night giving out food. Caesar salads, different things, and really hearing from parents, staff, and kids, what does it taste like and what's the experience? We launched a survey last week across the district to be able to hear that as well. And then with Mr. Saeed, we've been doing some tastings at many of our different schools and looking at how we stretch that across the district. One of the things as we think about the pattern between some of the offices, we really have spread that work within DFNS across many different people. And so we want to make sure that it's strategic. We want to know what we've asked schools to be able to put on their menu, but in terms of building capacity, we also want to make sure that our food service workers and our cafeteria managers are comfortable with putting those meals out as well and gathering feedback. So one of the positions that we are most interested in included in the Food Services Fund would be a menu and innovation specialist. And that would really help us, one, track the data, be strategic in terms of how we're working with people and really making sure that we know which food is being put out at which schools, and then being able to support with next steps. And then finally, on this slide, you'll see about $1.3 million worth of rate change. You've heard this throughout the presentations over the last few sessions. With the increase across the board, thinking about the replacement furniture for some of our schools,
postage expenses that come forward, and then some of the cost and parts for some of our aging vehicles, mainly in the Department of Materials Management. You do see a rate change increase, and then the same thing in terms of the increase that you see there in the Department of Transportation. All right. Next slide. Aligning myself with the other chapters as we think about efficiencies and reductions. I'll talk through about 8 positions. While we talk about how we catch up, we also look at what are the efficiencies under and the reductions under our departments after we have realigned as much as we can to really focus on the things that are of utmost importance, making sure that we are continuing to move forward. In my office, the Office of District Operations, we currently have 3 administrative service managers. I am reducing 1. There will be 2 that remain. If you notice below in the Division of Appeals, there is a reduction of an administrative secretary position. And so how are we bridging that work between the 2 offices so that we do not see a lapse in service, and really being thoughtful around collapsing as much as we can the timelines, but also utilizing TPT during our high times in the summer when we do receive a lot of COSA appeals that come in, and we want to be thoughtful around that to be able to get back to our families in due time to make sure children are in school as much as possible. We have looked at that COSA process with Steve Neff's team. A couple critical things that we looked at, an electronic copy for families to be able to fill out, not just a hard copy that will, one, be able to get to the schools quicker. We have also translated those into multiple languages. And then we are also looking at where is the deadline and how do we work with our families, because we see the impact on the other end when we have children who arrive to school after the first day of school. The third area that you'll see is the Department of Materials Management, and really looking at some of the positions that are there in terms of reductions in those particular areas. Several of the positions under the Department of Materials Management were vacant positions to begin with, one of them being an operations manager, operations assistant, a warehouse worker, and a printing equipment operator. Those 3 positions are currently vacant in terms of bringing them forward as efficiencies. The other 3 positions, especially in terms of the operations assistant, the second operations assistant position that you see, is attached to our team that does the inventory and barcoding over the summer. So we have to have an account of every single material within this within the district. We have to know kind of where they are, how many we have, and there is a very small team that does that. So some of that work will be realigned to a property specialist within that small team, and then we will look at what is the timeline. So we may have to extend the timeline of when we do that work, as well as be supportive with temporary part-time, which is a benefit for some of our 10-month staff who don't work within our summer months or who are looking to do different things. So it offers them, 1, an opportunity to earn money, but then 2, as we think about skills that people build and they look for different jobs throughout the system, they've acquired new skills. And then you also see the reduction of a truck driver warehouse position. The routes for that driver, we will have to look very strategically to redistribute those routes that may impact the timing of some of the deliveries and make them a little bit longer, but we will definitely look at prioritizing as much as possible, recognizing that that is a reduction. And then the last part that you see would just be approximately a $350,000 reduction in terms of some TPT and clerical overtime. Next slide. And then finally, there are some efficiencies that we brought forward as well in the Department of Transportation. Labor Relations, and the Division of Student Welfare and Compliance. In the Department of Transportation, there is a wellness coach within that department, and in looking at the needs of wellness across the district as we talk about how do we integrate into what other staff are receiving and make it more seamless, work with pre-established structures such as EAP, recognizing that there are wellness teams within schools. How do we bring that and really think about making it more of a department-wide thing and making sure the needs of our staff members are met in that way? You do see substitute bus operator and attendant salary. So I want to calm everybody down on that one. If we go back to the first slide that I shared with you, one of the things I highlighted was that when we have sub-operators and attendants, one, they do not work every day. Two, we increase kind of this space of they may leave MCPS and we want our workers to remain here. And three, the other component is we have not increased our full-time bus drivers over time. I am not doing away with the salaries completely. We will still have substitutes. But it is a better and more grounded move for us to stabilize our workforce from the standpoint of increasing the number of permanent employees that we have. So I wanted to explain that because I know it's like we need them just in case. We do, but we also need permanent, especially when we're looking toward the future. The Department of Labor Relations, in terms of some of the professional and supporting services part-time salaries, making a reduction by $23,000, and then $3,000 for some of our staff development expenses and association relation book subscriptions, and being really thoughtful around the subscriptions that we have and how we are connecting with people throughout the state of Maryland. And then finally, a reduction for staff training and salaries of about $86,000 in the Division of Student Welfare and Compliance, going back to what Ms. Sharon said earlier, and really thinking about how is it that we are leveraging professional development in a different way? How are we utilizing some of the resources that we have? And then finally, to end on a high note, I know we talked a lot about efficiencies and reductions. On the next slide, please. Two things in terms of the expenditure shift, in terms of the software upgrades. This is about the bus tracking application. And so last year, that was one of the remedies that we saw as a gap, again, coming out of the pandemic, that we had not created a tool, one, for our families to be able to know, for lack of a better word, where's the bus and what time is it coming? And so we did put out an RFP to be able to secure a company for us to be able to utilize this. We have been working diligently to make sure that one of the biggest interests was that we continue that single sign-on and integrating the program that we're using for the bus app into Synergy and working with our routing software at the same time. And so some of that has had to be done by hand as we talk about catching up. We are currently piloting the bus app with 10 of our schools. We're piloting with schools, and I'll name a few because it's been very important to think about. I don't want to say families that may be challenged in terms of transportation, but sometimes where there might be a question. So for pools in the pool community with Pool Middle School, we work very closely with the principal and the PTSA around it, primarily because if you think about it's a rural community. And so we wanted to be able to hear what that looked like, be able to try the directions out and really have an understanding. We're also working with RICA. Our students for RICA come from many parts of the county. And so sometimes as a parent, some parents put their children on the bus. It's 5 minutes down the street. For some of our students in our specialized programs, it could be 15 minutes or longer. And so this provides a comfort. So we wanted to be able to kind of sink in to distinct populations. And then the third population would be our magnet community. And so we have about 513 magnet routes that we utilize. And so we wanted to kind of puzzle through and kind of really determine what that looked like, to be thoughtful and mindful around it as we prepare to launch this within the first week of February. And so that data will be critical for us. We will have Zoom drop-in sessions for families to help them log on. We are collecting what are plus deltas and experiences around it, and really trying to make the information kind of parent-friendly, because some of the things that we've received are heavy in language and text, and we just want to make it easy. And then the last thing you see is terms of the pre-K expansion. We have heard from different community members in making sure that we are moving forward with pre-K expansion. There have been questions from the board just around what will transportation be for pre-K expansion. We have and continue to work arm in arm with our pre-K team and our PEP team, understanding where we put programs so we can format our transportation services to meet the needs so our kids can get to those programs. Okay, so as I end out, as I share, some of it is how do we catch up as operations over time? You heard some of that information there. Definitely making sure that we're providing these equitable opportunities, thinking about how we support the blueprint and moving forward for the future in MCPS. I'll turn it over for discussion.
Thank you. Start out with Mrs. Nadrowski.
Yeah, I had a couple questions about the busing situation. Well, I'm pleased to see that you're adding the additional 41, trying to add an additional 41. You know, you mentioned it briefly before, the concerns. I was very concerned by the testimony that we heard from Northwood of the transportation difficulties getting to Woodward and being able to participate in after-school activities and things like that. Is that going to be being addressed with part of this? Well, like with a new route or a longer term of service? And how much do these after-school buses cost each school?
So you asked two questions. So
Yes.
I'll start with Northwood. Oh, I am on.
Yeah. You're on.
Okay, I'll start with Northwood first of all. We know the importance and working with Principal Garrick around that to make sure that his students, regardless of where they are still his students, and that they're able to access schools. So we have been working on what does it look like in terms of routes. We will be able to offer transportation to the students at Northwood to be able to move them to the holding school on a daily basis. There was a component that was brought up and that we've thought around in terms of the sweeper buses, because we recognize students do miss buses, but we don't want that to be a barrier in terms of them being able to access schools. The other piece is that our collaboration with MCDOT, we have strengthened that this year and have been very purposeful around meeting with that team monthly to really not only look at where there might be need or where we need to problem solve around different areas, but also being very thoughtful if anything comes up in which we need to partner. So we have been in conversation with them around Northwood specifically and how we can, if there is a balance that we can make there. But we are prepared on our end to be able to support the needs and making sure that the children of Northwood can get to, quote unquote, the new Northwood, right. And knowing that, you know, people are human. You might miss a bus, and we want to provide that opportunity to get there.
Okay, thank you. And then, you know, I mentioned about wondering how much the after-school buses cost per school. You can follow up with that if you need to. My last question is about the tracking app. We purchased that program with ESSER funds, correct? And so I guess my question is, the $450,000, that's going to the operating budget for maintenance and all of that kind of stuff. So that will be a recurring.
That will be a recurring cost, yes.
Every year. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Evans?
Yep. So I think it is worthy of an applause when we look under food services fund. When I got on the board in 2016, we had very few community eligibility schools. And so to see that we have ramped that up, I think that is just a tremendous effort on behalf of the school district. What we know prior to the pandemic and after the pandemic, that so many of our families were experiencing food insecurity. And so, as you stated, we want our kids to come to school and knowing that they'll be fed. That is another assurance that they will be there. So I just wanted to highlight that. I know you touched on it, but I thought it was worthy of mentioning again. So my question comes in the area of Department of Materials Management. So I've had the pleasure of being able to do a tour many years ago, but I'm just going to ask you some just more questions, because in going there, so you mentioned, Ms. Edwards, that one of the positions, they take note of all the equipment, right? That one person does that. I don't even think people realize how many pieces of equipment are actually in our system or that are in the warehouse. So that's one. The other one, the printing equipment operator. So when I hear printing, I instantly think about all the many materials that we're able to produce. This booklet that we're holding is one, graduation, the diplomas, just everything that every school uses to highlight and advertise what's going on in our school system. I'm thinking about that position. I'm thinking that's one less person that is able to attribute or contribute to that work that needs to be done. And I think I'm particularly passionate about it because I have a student in college and graphic design is her area. So I want to know like what that will look like for the area, for that area, not having that person. I'm gonna go down them. The truck driver for the warehouse. So when I was in there, there was a person driving around, lifting up stuff. We got shelves to the ceiling. Is that a person in here? Like, right. So everybody that when I was there, everybody that was there was needed. And at the time, we probably didn't even have enough people. So and this is what I'm saying. So I know this is difficult. I know that we're tasked with having to be efficient. But I just really want our community to hear and know the work that goes on without missing a beat. And sometimes it requires more hands, right? And so I'm asking you this not to berate you, but just to explain to the community these positions that we are putting up for elimination that are actually really, 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 really important to the operation of our school system.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. And I think as you talk about, as you relay your experience, is the level of difficulty and complexity as we went through to really think about where we could have reductions. Even though we started with vacant positions at the time, one of the key parts that I really want to highlight as we talk about looking toward the future, as we all know, we're looking at transitioning to a new Department of Materials Management. And one of the things that the team has been tasked with is to think about how we house materials, what materials we keep, and also starting that work now with schools. So they have grounded themselves and done some really good visits around professional development to kind of take us into the next part of that work. And in thinking about what that new facility looks like, some of the things that we're doing in our current facility may not transition or bridging some of the work together. So with that being said, the vacancies were the first place to start for us to look at because we don't have people in those positions. That doesn't mean the work doesn't go away, but we have to think about how we redistribute that work and working with teams to be able to talk about it. One of the spaces that, in terms of the inventory and the barcoding, that not only goes to sitting materials within the district, but then we're also thinking about all the new materials, the technology, the Chromebooks that are coming in. It's a fiduciary component, in terms of a checks and balances. And so that reimagining how to do that will take more time. I do see an impact because as we talk about going from almost a 3 to 2 person team down to a 1 person team, layering TPT I think will help. But then we also have to look at the timeline in either backing it up or making it longer. And then finally, in terms of the driver, the truck driver, the warehouse worker position, as you shared, not only the loading, but being thoughtful around, we kind of have a standard of getting things to buildings.
Sure.
And how do we kind of reposition that and prioritize around, which also goes back to the bigger work of what do we keep in our warehouse? And what do we deliver to schools, and what can schools get on their own? So it's not without thought to bring it forward.
I appreciate that. So to answer one more question, so I do know that we're looking for another space. Talk about when that's going to come up. How far away are we from that? And I'm only asking that question as we consider this budget. Maybe we consider something for next year's budget, but how many more budgets before we have the building?
I'm actually going to ask, where's Mr. Adams?
And he's usually here. Oh, he's
yes.
here.
As we work together with Mr. Adams' team on our new space.
So we actually have the building, and what we worked on in the previous capital improvements program was funding to build it out. So working closely with the team, as you heard Ms. Edwards talk about, just sort of reimagining the operations of it. We're working through that with an architectural team. Hopefully, we're going to start building that space out in the very near future. Hopefully, for the summer transition for teams to start moving out of existing Stone Street into the new space.
Okay. So at the earliest this summer.
That would be ideal, is to start moving this summer. And again, this is critical to operations, so we're really thinking how to maintain that the operational effectiveness during the transition. So, even through the summer months, these teams are extremely busy. So it's just really thinking through and being strategic about the move. How do we transition to make sure our operational effectiveness maintained?
Absolutely. So I do remember the board being supportive of that, and it's always is not without thought, because I know our community is very big on ensuring that we're building schools, but we also want to think about how we can continue to operate and be efficient and effective. And sometimes that means that it may not be a school, or in addition to a school, it will have to be one of our buildings where we house our staff. So thank you. I just wanted to have that on the record. Thank you.
Back on Ms. Evans' question, just so I'm clear and that I understand, the warehouse worker position, you said that you're going to redistribute that route. Is the position going away because that was not one of the 3 vacant positions, or is it being sort of reassigned somewhere else?
It's one of the reductions, one of the position reductions under the efficiencies. So the work itself will have to be redistributed.
What about the person? I'm trying to figure out, is this just a realignment, or is this actually going away?
The position will go away, and the person within that position, we will work with human resources to be able to support the next steps for that employee.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Said?
Yes. Again, thank you for your presentation. Thanks for the shout out on school lunches. I know we're doing some fantastic work with that, and I see Liz in the audience there, and we've been working together there. I just have a couple quick questions. First, to piggyback off the previous points around the printing, there's another position here that it's the printing equipment operator. I saw that it was noted that that cut would slow the ability of that facility to be able to get printed materials to schools. And I know that some of my teachers in schools use that consistently. Like in my statistics class, we have packets that students use that come straight from that facility. So I just kind of want to know the impact of that specific position. What exactly is going to be slowed down? Are less teachers going to be able to use that? Is printing, the burden of printing going to be put on schools? Like, what is that going to look like with that cut?
I think you're talking about the Copy Plus program. Is that the one you were talking about?
I believe, yeah.
So the Copy Plus program will not be slowed down. We still offer that as a resource to our teachers. We've done some really good work in terms of the way in which people request those projects, where they can request online, decreasing the amount of time it takes for them to get those, so that will not be impacted by this. With this particular position, we are looking at some of the things that Ms. Evans talked about in terms of some of those more finished products that come forward in terms of graduation materials, notepads, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. That definitely clears it up. And then one more question. This one is around the Division of Appeals. It's around the administrative secretary position. So how will this impact when appeals go through and everything? The timeline for how long that's going to take? Because I know that we always get concerns around the time of appeals, how long the process takes. Will that impact that at all? And if not, what impact will that cut have?
So that cut right now, that office has 2 administrative secretaries. This would be a decrease to 1. What we have to do is be able to pair some of that administrative work and condense some of that into the work within my office with some of the secretaries that we have there. We always focus on making sure as much as possible that we can meet the timeline. If we have complex cases, sometimes we're not able to. We're missing information so that we can have the most up-to-date information. And so we do have to do some synthesis around those pieces. Our high time is the summer. COSA appeals, sometimes we get complaints from the public, athletics appeals that come in as well, and we want to be responsive to those. And so we will be able to supplement and do some supporting in terms of with TPT. We've had TPT clerical over the summer before to be able to make sure that those things move quicker. So we'll institute more TPT.
Okay, I see. So you're going to try and mediate the impact that will have. But do you assume that there will be an impact on the timeline?
I would say that I would not like to see an impact on the timeline. However, it could be a possibility. Our goal is to not do that, which is why I want to stretch the work between multiple offices because the work ends up coming that way anyway.
Okay, thank you so much.
Ms. Yang?
Yes, thank you so much. I have 2 questions. One of it is in terms about our buses. We're creating, hiring new bus drivers, which I strongly support because I think we have come a long way. When my friends in the surrounding jurisdiction complain about their buses, I always go like, "Ooh, we are doing a very good job here." But in terms of these new bus drivers, are we creating new routes or are we just realigning routes?
So I think it's a couple of things, Ms. Yang. We will have new routes. We will have new routes for a couple of different reasons. We talked about Northwood. Those will be new routes for us. Also for pre-K, we will have new routes as well. From our transportation study, one of the critical things we asked for the consultant to focus on is really around route optimization. And then coupled with that, the next phase with the application that we purchased for the parent tracking is being able to integrate a more modern routing service that's there. So with these positions, you have Northwood, you also have pre-K, but then there's the component of, as I shared earlier, when bus drivers need to be out, I'm sick, I have an emergency, then we also have staff that are permanent staff that could be able to pick up routes as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Another one is about our DFNS, Department of Food and Nutrition Services. On slide 20, there's a pie chart. Part of it is supplies and materials, 18%, and you say part of that is our food, materials to make our meals. Am I correct? Am I correct in understanding that DFNS is a budget neutral section, that what we bring in and can equal what we put out? Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, that's correct. We call it an enterprise fund.
Okay.
So even for some of the positions that I referenced in terms of accelerators for DFNS, they will not be within the operating budget. They will be connected to the enterprise fund. But it's still good to be able to talk about those positions, and you will see them identified within the budget. And thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Clarify too, so we have 4 enterprise funds and there's no local funding component in any of them. Like, as you mentioned, they're self-supporting.
Yeah, thank you. Last is a comment, and also I think education of our general public, because we are very appreciative. Mrs. Evans talked about it, that we are able, with our federal partners and state partners, to offer these free breakfast and lunch in our schools. But that also means that in our operating budget, because there's increased staff work, right, that we have investments also, in partnership with state and federal. So I think that when we are working with our state partners, our federal partners, when they have new initiative, it's always good to ask them to consider the labor impact on the school district, the operation cost impact on the school district. Thank you, everyone.
Ms. Harris and Mrs. Sadrowski.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate Ms. Yang's question, because one of the things I was going to ask you to do was for our very wide viewing audience, define enterprise fund. Because I noticed that another one that's listed here is the bus cameras. And I did, piggybacking a little bit on Ms. Yang's question around the transportation, I have heard from some principals who host programs in their schools that are going to become regional programs come next year. I hope Dr. Dodd's not listening, because I think I won't get the name of it right, but the new Social Justice Academy at Whitman, I know they had 500 applications for, I think, 30 positions. I think we've been successful in really promoting a case at Sherwood and Northwood, and they've had a similar level of interest. And so I've heard from those school-based folks about the level of transportation support. And I'm not clear. I mean, for some of our regional programs, I think students do get some transportation support. So if my homeschool is Magruder, but I want to do P-TECH at Rockville, I think I get transportation. But for some, is it, or does it depend where you are in relation to the program?
Ms. Harris, I'm glad that you asked that question just in terms of transportation, because that is one of the areas that we have asked the consultant to be able to provide us some information around. Over the years, and I talked about us having over 1,000 routes within transportation. Those 1,000 routes consist of not only the transportation that I receive as a student who goes to Magruder High School, because I live within the Magruder area, but it also includes students who receive special education services who we do have to transport in county as well as out of county as well, in addition to magnet programming and some of our special programming. As we have looked internally in the last 2 years, last year the team did route reviews. That was the first time that route reviews had been done. I keep using this word since pre-pandemic. What we found were some courtesy stops, because we had enough staffing where we could offer some courtesy stops. We could elongate some bus routes, we could condense, we could keep the number of kids on the bus low, and we could offer transportation to programs that were being birthed in different schools for very good reasons. As we came into last year and some of the challenges that we were having, some of those programs that we have been offering transportation to, because we could at the time, also had caused a strain on our operations of just being able to transport many of our students who needed the transportation, because I go to Magruder and I live in the Magruder service area to school, in addition to, as we talk about the Northwood population of students that we must get to school because we've identified a holding school in a different place. So we need some guidance to be able to support what is our thinking around that and how do we still support our programs throughout the district, work with our curriculum partners and really thinking about programming and not only thinking about the distribution of programs throughout the district. And I think that that's a critical part in terms of moving forward.
Renee?
Yes, I just wanted to add, Ms. Edwards gave that very thorough description of what the Transportation Department is doing, but here is the bottom line. We have, over the last few years, expanded the services to magnet programs in Montgomery County. At this point, I mean, I would say we're providing
513 routes.
Yeah, 513 routes just for magnet services. So we bring that to you because prior to the pandemic, it had been growing, but I do think we are at a point in which we have to ask the question, is that a service we will continue to be able to provide for our community, given the cost that has been associated with that? Now, of course, we have been able to recover with a lot of the manpower that prevented some of the challenges that we've had before. And so we're coming back to being able to provide the routes that we have to provide for homeschools and things like that. But this is something that we need to really have more discussion about as it relates to the use of resources, meaning the cost of that, as well as recognizing that that's going to be something that we now provision for in a staffing model overall for transportation. So I'm so glad you elevated that because honestly, it was one of the things that we recognized caused a lot of the struggle during the pandemic when we were transporting students to their home schools and back and forth. We recognized we're covering more routes now than we ever have because we've been accommodating too many of our magnet programs. And that's a good thing. I mean, I want to say that. This is really, we're talking about accessibility and equity and whatever the school system can do to provide that. It is the right thing to do. But there is a cost that goes along with that. And so I just wanted to be very transparent because that's a cost that's been growing and growing. And as we continue to provide more programs and be innovative and creative about how we're taking programs to students, going back to the mobile tech bus that I talked about earlier, it's just something that we should all be aware of in terms of those accumulating costs. But thank you, Ms. Edwards, for raising that.
Yeah. And I do appreciate and I know Dr. Garrick at Northwood does because they've already started calling themselves North Woodward. And I know there were concerns a year ago or a little longer Dr. Garrick was worried that a lot of incoming families in particular would try to COSA out of Northwood simply because of the transportation challenges. So I really do appreciate that partnership that's happening. It's so important because that's a great school and we don't want anybody to stop being a gladiator because of, there's a bus route. And I did want to also, thank the work around echoing some of my colleagues that Print Graphics does. I think of John and Bill and team, and every time I'm there, I'm like, everybody's working. The place is not quite this, but almost like an old World War II era Quonset hut, but it's neat as a pin, and everybody's working, and things are happening and humming. And they've also done a really great job over the past several years of really increasing the number of student interns that they have doing various parts of the work. And so wanting to make sure that is going to continue.
Absolutely. I think you have said it best around the work that team does is magnificent, and as well as their focus on equity for kids and the things that they do close to graduations and throughout the year. The student interns are a part of the fiber. We don't want to take that away. I know you have a visit coming up shortly, and we love that. And so that will continue as we move forward.
Yeah, because they have done a really good job of taking students from the classroom to an internship to an employee.
Mm-hmm. Grow your own.
To see. Yes, growing our own. And the things they produce there in support of student work, the printing of student publications and student artwork is just It really is, and their sustainable practices they use there are really exemplary. They do such good work there. And also I did want to comment on, and I'm not sure I want to make sure I heard you correctly, around the materials management, the summer work that happens there. So a lot of the TPT work will remain?
The TPT work will remain. It will have to be expanded with the reduction of the position that we talked about in the barcoding, the scanning, and the cataloging of actual resources throughout the district.
Because I think I mentioned to you and Ms. Dubois that I spoke to somebody just off the cuff early fall who had been a TPT worker with the warehouse in the summer in doing the work to open the new school. So you've got to get all the furniture there and the supplies there, and you've got to put stuff together and move it around. And he said this was somebody in their late 50s. He said the best job he ever had. You know, great team, great energy. They could see every day what they were doing to support the mission. And in the end, he said, made me proud to be a taxpayer in Montgomery County. So, I mean, that is important work that nobody sees or thinks about, but it really is important.
And it provides opportunities. We have many of our bus drivers who participate in that work, many of our 10-month employees. It's like a mini family in the summer.
Yeah. And the last question I have gets back to some of the work our print graphics team does. And I saw the menu and innovation specialist that you mentioned. 2 years ago, there was a student food work group that got started. I think it was as a result of a resolution from then Smab Hana-Oluni. And one of the things those students did is working with Sean Sacco, who was then in that department, is create beautiful signage for our lunchrooms. I mean, really, really eye-catching, had great symbols, so anybody in our lunchroom could know at a glance, this is vegetarian, this is vegan, this is kosher, this is halal, this has nuts, so they were great communicating a lot of information. But I haven't really seen those in lunchrooms this year. And I'm wondering if this could help us work with print graphics, get those signs reproduced and well distributed throughout the system, because I think that will help with the new menu items as well, as we're trying to get students to try these new things. And sometimes students will say, you'll ask a student, why didn't you try the new Korean barbecue chicken? And they're like, I didn't know, you told me, I didn't know it was there, but it was present, but not signed, so students could really pick up on it. And so I see a partnership between DFNS and print graphics and the student component of the work.
And Ms. Harris, I want to go back to what I said earlier, that the second phase of the work in terms of the second semester, and as we've talked about office strategic plans, this is a part of the strategic plan of DFNS right here. The second phase is the capacity and limiting the variance. We always say, hey, we've rolled out these new menu items, and people are like, no, you didn't. Where are they? Or it tasted like this here, and it didn't taste like this here. So we've got to kind of start closing the gap around the variance, figure out how we support our CAF workers and managers. And as you talk about the signage, that's a critical part, because we could say it's an easy part, but we also have to create the conditions for everyone to do it. The second component is this new position around the person that's going to take and move this work forward. I really want to think about how we go one step deeper in terms of how do we get this work on the announcements, in the schools? How do we create some visuals around it and kind of pepper and mediate the information out? Because again, food is about belonging. You can't belong if you don't know it's here and you see yourself in the choices that you make. So I appreciate you continuing to highlight that. And we will continue to work on that capacity building, limiting variability, and going layers deeper. Thank you.
Mrs. Modrowski?
I'll try to be quick. Ms. Harris touched on basically my question, but I would just want to elaborate on it a little bit more. In terms of, with the web design and things like that, and the printing, I've gone and toured over the years, and the student interns are fantastic, and they're critical, and it's the building your own, which is so important to me. How much are some of these things being worked through our career programs? So for things like, even our bus drivers, our the printing and materials management stuff, food services, are we, as we're trying to work through difficult budget times and look at better ways of being able to support ourselves internally, I'm just curious, how does that get evaluated and looked at and determined whether or not it's something that we would add to our...
For the position, Ms. Spandrowski, or?
No, I mean for the internships aspect of it. You know, do we, other than the web design, which is the only one I ever hear about, do we do that?
I can follow up with you around some data around what we have seen in terms of the number of students and their experience and why we've expanded
I think I've actually heard HVAC might do that as well. You probably know better than. But I was just curious how much of it we're giving our students an opportunity to help support us as we're going along, as well as developing a future for themselves in a career. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf?
I have just a couple of questions. Well, one isn't a question. It's just about the transportation study. I know it's not a budget question, but you might could answer it. When they do those studies, do they go back and look at routes that walkers are on for safety to see whether or not they need to be converted to a bus route?
So that was not included in the scope of the transportation study. However, I do want to add that we do have staff within transportation that when we learn of situations and we're watching where there may be issues, we've heard from families if there is the necessity of really thinking about if a road has changed and is no longer safe, how do we try to put, transportation within space? So we try to take care of those in the moment as much as possible versus waiting through the end of a larger study.
I was just curious, since you were doing a study, whether that happens. But my other question is on slide 20, and I don't have my budget book here to go through it there. But the numbers don't add up, so I didn't know whether you had cushions in them or what. So for instance, contractual services, you've got 10.8 million, but you don't have 10.8 million showing there. So where's the rest of it?
So these are just some high level, like the larger buckets or examples. It's not an all-inclusive list.
Okay, but was the all-inclusive list, because I don't have my part, was it in the booklet? No. The only reason I asked is because, we're in hard financial times, and when you go to the council, every $1 million that's not showing on here, they're going to be asking about. So I figured we might as well know where every single $1 million is, because not only does contractual services not quite add up, supplies and materials don't, but of course it could be in vehicle fuel, tires, and parts. I don't know. But you don't get 18 million under other either. So I think that you might want to think about how that slide is presented.
And I think that's the same for some other chapters. So earlier I have that contractual services question for when we're talking about curriculum and instruction. So I think that's an issue we need to address overall for this whole book, because every chapter has a contractual services, but no line items there. And now people really want to see a deeper understanding of the budget. So I think that's a feedback.
That's a good point, because right now, our if you go through the details of our budget book, we'll detail the increases, but not necessarily total within each of the objects. I understand.
Thank you.
Ms. Rivera-Aben?
Thank you, and I'll be quick, and I'll just piggyback on that request from my colleagues. That would be great, and that'd be great for each chapter as well, since these are going to be really difficult times, and we knew that this was coming. This is nothing, we knew we're going to be. We were having this conversation a year ago, thinking ahead. So, and because of that, I just want to. Every time we cut a position. It is a human being that we're cutting, in a sense, but somebody has to pick up that work that human being was doing, especially if that human being was doing it full time. So I'm a little bit concerned about, especially in this area. So the inventory person, to me, that is such a skillful job, and it goes also a lot to accountability. In the sense of, they know exactly what's in there. They know what goes in. They know what goes out. They are kind of like the accountable person for a lot of those things. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're just going to kind of pass that kind of job into another person who already has a full-time job or who's already doing a full-time job. So I just want us to be cumbersome that, and I love the fact that we're changing some of the drivers to full-time positions, because I think we need to do that, especially if we want to expand transportation to pre-K, which is, part of the blueprint and part of what we want to do as a district. But again, I don't want it to be at a cost of other folks in that department, right? That they're going to then become kind of like collateral damage in a sense. We're going to cut from here to be able to do this. And I just want us to be cumbersome that there are certain things that we need in the system that have been working well. And as much as we want to be making them TPTs or so on, there is a cost of training. There is a cost of starting from scratch. And I think in areas like this, it's something that is very skillful. So with that being said, I know this was really hard, Mrs. Edwards, and you know how passionate I am about bus routes and the safety of our kids. And with that being said, I love the app concept that we're going to do, and I just want to make sure that also we have our students from Korea as part of that group when you launch this, because although this is kind of like a parents app, we do have a lot of young people in high school who are managing themselves on public transportation and sometimes rely themselves on the transportation that we have, and sometimes it's the only transportation they have to be able to get to some of these programs. So populations like that, it's also kind of important to see, if it's accessible. And to me, this is so much of the work that we're doing deliberately under an equity lens and under what is mandated, with our anti-racist audit. So I really appreciate that lens. And with that being said, I just commend the food services folks, because, there's nothing more important than to feed our children and to be able to do it. But again, as you said, we need to expand our number of cafeteria workers in order to be able to do that. So there's some expenses that we cannot run from because they are for the greater good of our kiddos in our schools and our staff. So for that work, and to our folks in the cafeterias and our transportation, we thank them. But again, if we can just maybe reevaluate some of those cuts, I think that would be great if we could. But I know these are difficult times. I am quite aware of that. So thank you.
Ms. Edwards, one question from me. Could you, in layman's terms, explain what is in the scope of the transportation study?
In the transportation study, we asked to look at a few things. One, the organizational structure. We recognize we are a mammoth transportation department. And as I often say, we go from soup to nuts. We hire, we train, we get you on the bus, but we also take care of all of our buses as well. So we have mechanics and everything. So I wanted to look at the operations of what we are doing. Wanted to be clear around if we are really affecting the best organizational structure at this moment. The second layer was looking at route optimization. How are we at this moment putting together our routes for what programs, and what are we sacrificing and or uplifting as a focus that maybe we don't know about because we've been so close to the work. The third layer that the company is looking at is our fleet. And I say fleet from two lenses. One, our actual bus fleet. We talked about right now, and I call it almost like a hybrid fleet of diesel as well as EV. We want to make sure that we stay on the track of what we're doing for EV, but also recognizing that we have to have a balance with our diesels as well. And then the other component is that transportation also kind of serves as the facilitators of our white fleet vehicles, some of our service vehicles that move around the county. So we want to make sure that how we're doing that is cost effective. Are there practices that we don't know about in other systems that we want to kind of bring forward? So those are like the three main things right now. We look forward to having a full kind of understanding of recommendations toward the end of February that will kind of help us conceptualize and phase out what it will look like in an immediate, short term, and long term, but doing that work with our transportation staff.
We've had some testimony about later start times and a transportation study, but that this study does not encompass later start times.
This study does not. This first phase, to be honest, can we function? And how are we functioning at this point in time? We can look to when we get the recommendations, if that is one of the recommendations, and or if we want to expand our work with the consultant to do so.
Thank you. Dr. McKnight?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to circle back to Ms. Rivera-Ovens' question, because she asked that for us to go back and consider some of the adjustments that have been made. So I just wanted to make sure, are you asking us to, I mean, we have presented this. I just wanted there to be clarity about if there is something that the board wants us to change in relation to what we've presented, what would that be in what particular area, in this area, where you talked about staff, or is that going to be a part of what you then recommend to the process of the council? I just wanted to have clarity on that at the table.
I was asking to see if you could reconsider, especially the inventory position, mainly, and I know these are difficult times, but
we can
actually look at the whole thing, and we can make recommendations as a whole.
After our work sessions, I think the board can huddle and give something.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't have that as a follow-up.
No, and we still have, how many more chapters?
Thank you. No, I just wanted to make sure. And we did get the feedback as well in regards to how we have the different areas broken down. Yeah. So I'm sure Mr. Hull has taken note, and we'll work with the team to make sure we're able to bring more clarity to that. That was a very important point, that we want to be clearly transparent in everything that we provide as it relates to the budget. Thank you.
Ms. Harris, really quick.
Yep, quick announcement for all the fiscal management fans out there. Another thing, on Monday, we're going to be doing a deep dive on the transportation stuff. So we're going to be looking at the electrification of the fleet, past, present, future. We're going to do a deep dive on the transportation study and also the tracking app.
Thank you so much. I think we'll move on to our next chapter. Board members, please hold your questions. We're going to try to get through all the slides before our hard stop. You may begin.
Good afternoon. So the next section, next slide, we're going to dive right into Chapter 8, Facilities. And I will be pretty quick on through this. So just as a recap, facilities, obviously you can see there encompasses a little over $200 million. That's about a third of what is part of facilities. The other portion is in our capital improvements program. So what we've talked about over the past several years is really starting to bridge the gap between those two, make sure that they're not independent of one another, but that they really work well off of one another. So things that we're doing in one, we're obviously looking at the other in terms of how we can compensate or how we approach it. So as you can see from the pie chart, we are 54% salaries and wages. This includes just under 2,000 employees. Obviously, building services is a part of this budget. However, they are school-based, but they are obviously looked at from this perspective. And then our maintenance teams, our sustainability and compliance, and then portions of our construction and design, as well as our planning. Contractual services is $18.7 million. That is an increase from years past. As we've talked about, though, particularly in maintenance, we are relying more and more on contractual services, obviously, because as systems become more complex, we have to rely on vendors to come in and assist. As our inventory increases, we do struggle in maintenance and building services with staffing. I would say we're not as competitive these days as we used to be from the skilled labor perspective. So when we talk about quick turnarounds, repair of facilities, there's only so much overtime we can do where we have to obviously rely on contractual services. So you're going to start seeing more and more contractual services over time to compensate for those challenges. Supplies, materials, obviously that's a big part. Everything that goes in and out of our buildings, from that, everything from custodial supplies all the way through our maintenance supplies. And then in the other is a rather big category, but that is where utilities, it's a lion's share of that. Utilities obviously keeps the lights on. And with the amount of square footage that we have in our inventory, I think it's one of the largest in the region. At close to 27 million square feet, that it obviously becomes a large percentage of what we're doing, and the reasons why we've created the Division of Sustainability and Compliance to make sure we manage that. And then obviously the last one is equipment, which is obviously our vehicles and maintenance. You heard a little bit about that from Ms. Edwards, but also equipment that goes to our schools for building services, snow blowers, leaf blowers, those types of things that are in our schools. Next slide. So in terms of the changes from this budget, we do see obviously every year, again, as part of our capital budget where we bring in addition projects, we create new schools, you start to see changes in square foot. A lot of our funding formulas, or a lot of our staffing formulas are based on square footage. That is an industry standard. So as you see, even schools like within this next iteration, Neilsville Middle School, when that opens, it's going to be a larger school. We have to go back and recalculate and look at what we're providing and what we're staffed. So you will see about $3.3 million that's associated with the increase in square footage. Obviously, a part of that too is the services, the custodial supplies, the utilities that are associated with that. There is a direct correlation between more square footage and that of utility consumption and that of the supplies needed to maintain and operate. Other areas which, again, we've had many conversations around, probably more on the capital side, but it is impacting what we do on the operating side, is the rate change, inflationary pressures that we see. You're going to see in this increases around lease facilities. That's typical. Part of lease facilities is that there is a incremental rate change year after year, so that's something that you will see because we do lease facilities. You also see that there's a large percentage that is occurring in just, again, our day-to-day work. Parts, materials, all those things are starting to cost more. We talked about filters, those types of things. You're seeing more and more, associated with basically same services but being more expensive. That's obviously been a theme coming out of COVID, and particularly in areas of maintenance. And then in sustainability and compliance, we do see obviously increases in utilities. That's not just because of our consumption, that's because of utility rates, that's because of what we're seeing from economic pressures, in the area, in the region, in the nation. So those are rate changes that, again, are related to same services, same spaces, just really seeing it from an inflationary and other cost impact pressures. So next slide. So before I dive into the efficiencies and reductions, which everyone has shown here, you are going to see some positions here. But one thing that's missing here, I want to really highlight, is part of this budget, we are really looking at significant realignments and restructures within facilities management. One thing that we are doing is we're merging one division. The design and construction is merging with planning. That makes sense. A lot of synergies happen there with those. But what we're doing by combining those divisions is creating another division, which is grounds and athletic infrastructure. And the reason we're doing that is because we're looking at it from the indoor built environment, and we're also looking at it from the exterior. I think when we navigate, different seasonal pressures, even snow, even, summer month mowings. To have a team that's dedicated to the outdoor environment is going to be really impactful for us. We're not adding positions. We're basically moving some positions from maintenance. We're shifting functions from construction. So we're massaging our structures to better align and have a better focus on the things where we know our communities are most concerned with us from a facility perspective. So again, as we manage some of the complaints, concerns that come in, grounds is a big one. That's one that, again, when we get into the spring, summer, and fall seasons, we hear a lot about. So having a team that's focused on that. So you're going to see some of these efficiencies, reductions. They're going to dovetail with what we're doing around the restructure, realignment of our functions. So you will see the first one is a reduction in our communication specialist web producer position. This one, actually, we're reducing, and what we want to do, again, as part of these realignments, is take a step back with that merger of planning, design, and construction, with our partnerships with MCPS-MD, really look differently about how we communicate with our communities, with our families. So we felt this was a not a great thing, but something that makes sense with what we're doing with our overall transitions. And then when you get into the maintenance and operations, we looked at areas of furniture and vehicle replacement. This is an area that's tough. I mean, so we see things like snow removal. We're down some vehicles. But we've retooled, we've reassessed. We're looking at how we can be more efficient at what we do. So we're reducing some of those vehicle replacement costs. Contractual services, this is one that you saw an increase in other contractual services. This is actually a decrease, because for this one we're reducing, I think this is an important one to highlight, we're reducing the frequency of filter replacements. So we're going from 4 a year to 3 a year. And the reason we're doing that is because we've implemented indoor air quality monitoring in all of our classrooms. So rather than just be a blanket 4 times a year, we're going to better understand what's happening in our classrooms and be more efficient with the materials that we use. Again, a team leader role and then a water treatment roles are part of some of the realignments, restructures, and making sure we have the right individuals, the right positions in the right places. So again, efficiencies, reductions. I think these obviously are hard. I think we've heard those conversations, but for us, I think it makes sense because of how we're also transitioning with our overall structure. So if we go to the next slide. This is one where we've probably been talking about ESSER funds and how they relate to facilities for many years, and obviously with this transition, a big part of that is the filters. We were able to increase our filter efficiency during the times of COVID and use ESSER funds to fund that. That didn't necessarily change the number of filters, but the efficiency of the filter. Higher efficiency filters cost more money. So transitioning a part of that money to the operating budget this cycle is very important. There's other areas, the indoor air quality monitoring that I talked about that's in each classroom. That was funded by ESSER, but the annual subscription, basically the ongoing cost of that, is now going to roll into the operating budget. And then from an accelerator standpoint, this was something that was implemented over the years, but is now transitioning into a requirement to be in the operating budget, is the maintenance management system. I think, Ms. Harris, you brought up, just the booklet, the annual maintenance plan, comprehensive maintenance plan. That's really driven off of this new maintenance system that's going to allow us to be more preventative than reactive. A couple other things I just really want to highlight as part of this budget. There's quite a few realignments of positions that you'll see when you go through the detail. A lot of the realignments, again, are cost neutral, but the reason we're doing those realignments is because of that maintenance plan and transitioning to more of a preventative approach than a reactive approach. We're transitioning to more second shift skilled labor roles. The reason being is that when we have an emergency in a school, we have an issue in a school, or we have preventative work that happens in a school, today most of those workers are there during school hours. So in order to be least impactful to the school day, to the classroom system, we're transitioning to the second shift role so that we can have our skilled labor, our skilled workforce in the classroom when students aren't there. So those are some of the highlights, just some of the transitions. I think we've talked a lot about this over time through various avenues, but these are the highlights of this year's Chapter 8 facilities budget. So turn it over to you for any questions.
Mrs. Nadrowski?
Yeah, quick clarification question. How many million square feet did you say of space we have?
27.
Oh, 27. Okay, thanks. So my question comes from generally having been on the board for a very long time. It's something that the previous county executive and I used to talk about all the time. How much do we partner with the county on some of the things? So again, I used to joke about out in the fields, MCPS would be going this way with the mower and the county would be coming this way with the mower. But, and they did a little study on our snow removal because our snow removal processes seem to be a little bit more efficient and less expensive. How much of any of these services do we partner, athletic fields, another one, do we partner with the county on, or could we partner with the county on?
Well, so that's a great question. One of the pieces from the grounds that makes sense. A lot of our athletic facilities, all but 2 middle schools, are managed by parks. I believe we're at over 100 of our elementary school athletic fields are managed by parks. But that's just the athletic field. One of the reasons that we're looking at this model is exactly that. How can we partner beyond just the current model of mowing an athletic field and then leaving everything else, to someone else? So, being more strategic in how we do that, using being more efficient from a county perspective. If the parks folks are able to mow an athletic field, what we really want to do is to look at it from a full grounds perspective and see what they can do, how far they can reach, how far they can't reach, and then vice versa, right? We can't just add more load to their plate. What can we do to offset some of their field maintenance? So that is going to go hand in hand with us moving forward and being more efficient on that front. The other piece of this that's also important is that similar to you'll see at higher ed levels, the outdoor spaces, we do need to be more strategic with our outdoor spaces. And that's one of the reasons we want to create this division, is that we don't want to just have we have over 5,000 acres of space. We want to be able to use as much of that space as possible, not just go through and mow every other week. We want to be able to create outdoor classrooms. We want to do some of those functions. So again, it's all going to come together. But I think having a team that's dedicated, having the ability to tie into the work order system so that we're not reactive, that we're much more proactive in even our mowing schedules and our maintenance schedules, our mulching of playgrounds. Those are things that are going to be important, and we are going to have to lean on other agencies to be very effective in this work.
Well, hopefully we do, and they're willing and all that kind of stuff, so thank you.
Mrs. Evans?
Sure, I'll be quick. I know we have a committee meeting in just a few minutes. So my question is, and it's really, I think, more so for future budgets, utilities, $49.2 million. I can't remember. That's higher. And then my second question is, didn't you talk about that at some point we're going to start purchasing our own power? Like we're going to have the ability to control the power. We don't have to go out and buy it, because that would be cost effective, correct?
Correct. So this is an increase. It's about a $3 million increase from our previous. A couple things go into that. We're pursuing, they're called renewable energy credits. We're trying to increase our portfolio of renewable energy credits. That does cost more money. So we're seeing an increase because we are going more renewable. We are enhancing our solar panel production, but we're purchasing that power. Basically, we're leasing our roofs and our canopy to providers, buying power, but on a cheaper, a less kilowatt dollar perspective than you would on through Pepco or others. At some point, yes, we're going to own and operate our own solar panels. and we'll save money on energy. But at the same time, we're looking at that in terms of what kind of maintenance mechanics, what kind of service aspects do we need to start to think about, and trying to make sure we're being cost effective in that. So the renewable energy credits, the renewable energy that's produced is what we're really interested in and trying to push towards 100%. So you're seeing some rate increases because of the increases in RECs that we're pursuing.
Gotcha. I remember hearing you say that. I just couldn't remember the timing and just wanted to get clarity on that. Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, and coming attractions for Monday, Fiscal Management Committee. We're going to be talking about, again, the energy savings performance contracting work, the solar, the renewable energy credits. So it's the sexiest committee. Brilliant, again, on the reorganization of facilities over the past several years. This is groundbreaking, transformative work to do just what you said, make sure that we are maintaining our school facilities and our grounds in ways that maximize the use and the experience of our customers. And I love the creation of a separate unit that just looks at the external environment of those, because for all the reasons you just said. But when I look through this, which you delivered to the board in the fall, in this book, implementing this operational plan, it listed for the maintenance division 63.5 vacant positions, and for operations 86.5 vacant positions. How many of those are still vacant, and are we programming any of these in for this year's budget?
So we were very successful. We had a hiring fair several weeks ago, and we're able to bring in a lot of talent to fill those vacancies. I would say, though, that this is still a challenge for us. Again, is why we talked about the contractual services. The competition of skilled labor is it's actually much greater today than I think it ever has been. So the benefits package that we have comparative to the private market around HVAC or electricians, it's just not as wide of a gap anymore. So we're really looking for other creative ways. The partnering with our construction trades, looking for ways to bring in individuals, do some of the training, give them some of their certificates, their accreditation. Try to retain them after that. That's one of the more difficult things. But we're getting very creative in terms of how to bring in and retain skilled labor talent. That is something that's incredibly challenging. So we do want to get those vacancy rates lower. So we're going to do everything from hiring fairs to other innovative ideas. But I just being very honest, it is very challenging now to attract that market sector to the school district at this time.
Yeah, and my request is that we just have a very transparent, clear conversation around the people power, the human capital resource you need to do this work the way it needs to be done, so we can really support that work.
Ms. Yang?
Yeah, mine's a quick. On slide 31st for your accelerator, is this a one-time cost, or this is a subscription that has to be a recurring cost?
It will be a subscription, so reoccurring. So next year this will be built in, assuming it's approved as an accelerator this year, it would be built in to the budget moving forward.
So this is an ongoing expense. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, we will stop here today so that we can continue with our 2 o'clock meeting. I want to thank the staff for the wonderful presentations to give us a deeper understanding of the reductions, unfortunately. This is a lot of the discussion today is about the efficiencies and the reductions, because that's the budget we have before us today. But very good conversation and dialogue with our colleagues, and we look forward to those follow-ups as well. Dr. McKnight.
Yes, before we departed, I just wanted to first thank all the staff for the very in-depth presentations that were shared today. I also wanted to just make some connections, as we wrap this up. And Ms. Silvestri, as you mentioned, we will be coming back because we still have 3 remaining chapters, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, and Chapter 11. I wanted to close out with the theory of action. You know, there were a lot of compliments shared today at the table about how some of these outcomes have come from what we have presented. And I wanted to go back to that theory of action because that has been the framing of exactly how this budget has been presented and all the components of it. If we do three things, differentiate our resources for staff in the appropriate way and in a very fiscally responsible way, if we also build the capacity of our staff, which is why we emphasize that professional development component, and third, always have structures of accountability so that we understand the impact, then we will have staff better prepared to serve our children and then have better outcomes for our children. That we'll see in the results, which we're already beginning to see. So I just wanted to tie those pieces together because that's been, much elevated in the discussion today. And I never want that theory of action to never be connected to the conversation. And as we talked about many of the things that you've complimented at the table today, let's make the connection to that and say, how does that continue to look in the work in the resources that we do think are most important to take forward to the next level at County Council. So thank you so much for your discussion, the input, the conversation. I do look forward to our next work session and hearing from our families on Thursday night. I know this past Thursday night, many of our families came out and were advocating on some of the things that we presented in our first operating budget. So I know that we haven't covered all chapters today, but very interested in hearing how the reaction is on this Thursday evening, given all the information that we have prepared today. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So as Dr. McKnight has stated, we will continue the review of her budget, FY25 operating budget request, in a third work session on Tuesday, January 30th, 2024. The order of review will be reflected in the agenda. Staff will continue to provide a review of the superintendent's operating budget by chapter. Another reminder, the board will hold a second hearing on January 25th, 2024, 6 p.m. for the public to provide testimony. And with that, Mrs. Evans.
Just real quick, can we have the budget team just kind of raise their hand or they're in the audience? We're going to thank them. They do a lot of, they do all this. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. And with that, we are adjourned. And board members.
I move to adjourn. Oh, is that what we?